saw it when I walked for it. I saw it when I walked for it.
Hello everybody and welcome to another Monday. It is going to be a WardiTV Monday's $400 cup today, as we've had the last couple of months already now. This is Monday number 6, and we are here with once again an absolutely stacked lineup. I'm going to take you through the bracket. Sitting waiting in the round of 16 will be Clem, Gumiho, Solar, ByuN, MaxPax, Oliveira, Hero, and Cure. And then some of the highlight round of 32 matches: Zound versus Geralt. We've got Trap in here, Creator in here, Skillless versus Lunacy, Trigger versus Rex. Classic's going to likely win his match. Ryung versus Nicorakt, and Nightmare will be a favorite in his as well. That's what things are looking like as we get started on the day. I'll be getting going very soon. I'm looking at Geralt Zound for the first round. I'm just not seeing Geralt online. So I'll give him a couple of moments. We'll figure that out. I think that is the best. Leads into versus Clem. We can maybe switch it up from there. I'd also like Trap Gumiho. I mean, honestly, the round of 16 games are looking really good. The round of 16 games are looking stacked today. I've been asked to show the bracket more on stream for the YouTube audience. I'm hoping this isn't going to crash my Chrome, because the last few days challenge has not been my friend, but this is what the bracket currently looks like here today. As yeah, that round of 16, obviously all the players that are seeded highly will be walking straight into there, and we will be starting off in the round of 32 with a full lineup. Obviously, you know, 8 players get buys, but 24 players checked in today. Not bad at all. The only thing I'd say we are missing is Zerg players. We've got one Zerg in this bracket, Solar. I'm kind of hoping he makes a round of 8. Maybe we catch a classic Solar ByuN best of 3 in those quarterfinals and gets a kind of daily dose of Zerg in. Otherwise, I feel like this could be a very Terran Protoss bracket. So that is what things are looking like here in today's WardiTV Mondays. Obviously, we'll try and update you guys on the bracket as it moves through, and as we get there, as we will just take a couple of moments, and like I say, would like to find Geralt. And I send him a quick message to see if he's on the way. I guess it's going to deal with a little admin thing here while we search for Geralt as well. This is what I get for going live right on time. Admin things crop up. Right, guys, sorry, just saw something. Geralt's coming online, so I think we'll get Geralt down as our first match on stream. Let me just sort this out quickly. Alright, guys. We're going to take a couple of moments and we'll get to going into... I think I see Geralt, he just came online. He'll come online very soon, I imagine. So we'll get a little bit of PvP on the way and get this going. So we'll get that started up. Again, how's everybody doing today? Thank you for a little bit of patience while I just figured that out. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube as well. If you're over there on YouTube, do early on consider hitting that like button on the stream. Helps us out a whole bunch. Always appreciated. And, yeah. That's always, a fun one to mention, hitting that like button on the YouTube stream. It's crazy what the YouTube algorithm like. It's like, whoa, you clicked the like button? Whoa, this stream's the best. Let's show it to everybody. So yeah, it looks as though we'll probably get ourselves Geralt versus Zaun first round matchup, guys. We will go from there. Like I say, players just taking a little while to log in. I just had to do a little bit of editing on the bracket as well. Hey, what's up, Rotty, with the raid and with the sub. 96, hashtag Rise Up Falcons, bop those Panthers. They did it, buddy. They beat the worst team in the league. Well, maybe not the worst team in the league. The second worst team in the league, maybe. Big day. They did bop them, though. They put on a show. Falcons looking good, mate. Looking pretty good. Thank you for the 96, mate. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone. We are just waiting for players to log in. I was actually in the process of actually messaging someone to double check if they were gonna show. Yo, Piraz, thank you so much for the 20-month reset. Just as I messaged on Discord. How about them Cowboys? Mate, did you see this? Did you watch the game? Like, this game was absolutely horrendous for the Cowboys. It was, yeah. Yeah, that was an embarrassment and a half. Jeez. What a night. I think I picked up my second win in fantasy though, mate. We're popping. The comeback is real. I think it's me and you next week in ours, mate. As well. I think it's me and you next week. It is. What a matchup. What a matchup. Alright, we are just waiting for Geralt and Zaun to veto. Geralt just logged in, so we should just be a moment or two before getting into this. Why is my start bar? There we go. My taskbar was over my StarCraft. Alright, once I take a couple moments here, guys, we'll kick off into some PvP to start off the day. It's going to be Geralt versus Zaun. We'll get that going in just a few moments' time. Get this underway. And get this one a-rolling. Like I say, a bit of PvP, but the winner of this plays Clem, so it's a fun matchup to step into. Interested to see again how Zaun is doing. He wasn't terrible against Clem last time. There's a lot of good round of 16s that are going to be happening as well, guys. I mean, this bracket is stacked. We do have multiple streams covering today. We have Coca covering in French, although I think he might follow the Clem series with us. We've got Rex covering. He's playing himself, but he'll be covering Taiwanese, so might join in some different games as well. And then we have the Cracky Ducklings and ByuN also providing some English coverage for you guys, so you can watch a whole bunch of different matchups on the way to the round of 4, which is where obviously everything will get played one by one. But yeah, if you want to catch some of the different round 16s and round of 8s, definitely do check out those other streams. It's greatly appreciated. And yeah, I mean, it's meant to be there so you guys can see everything that you want to see. Make sure you guys can catch all the games that you think are worth catching. So Like I say, we should not be too much longer. A little bit of a slow start. In about 4 minutes time, guys, I'll get slightly distracted while I just process any walkovers and anyone that's missing an opponent completely here. That usually takes about 30 to 60 seconds during the game. It's not going to be a big deal. Just, I will probably go quiet for a moment just in case people actually do message me for it. So that will be that. Well, we wait for our matchup, our vetoes still. Yes, username available. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the Prime sub. Yeah, we had if you guys just tuned in and you weren't here over the weekend, you might notice the sub count kind of popped a little bit. We had a pretty crazy weekend of StarCraft. The Home Story Cup qualifier on Saturday was a poppin' stream, to say the least. That's a little bit wild. Not sure what's taking so long between Geralt and Zaun on the vetoes, but I have been assured they are in the process of vetoing, so just some long vetoes, figure out this PvP matchup and what things are going to look like. There we go. Oceanborn gets hosted up. We are going to go then. So, just gonna be jumping in. Just gonna need me and Zaun to get swapped around in positions, but we should be able to get this going, guys. We are actually going to be starting soon, rather than me just pretending that we are. I mean, if we're in the lobby, I'll just ask for 1 second, but I mean, we should really be on the way any moment now. And kicking off our first match of the day, like I said, a bit of PvP to start. Potentially, we actually get quite a bit of PvP in this bracket. There are a lot of Protoss players today. You're talking about pretty much every Protoss out of career is signed up. Hero, Trap. I mean, Zaun obviously here, Creator, Classic, Nightmare, Skilless is then signed up, and Max Packs from the European crew. It's a stacked one, to say the least. It is absolutely stacked on the Protoss front. Like I say, we have a single Zerg volunteer today. Solo's like, I will represent the Zerg race. Without him, it would have been a Zergless bracket. That's just the reality of modern day StarCraft 2, I guess. Because there's not a lot of Zergies playing tournaments, which is kind of wild. And Rex, yes, okay, I forgot about Rex. If I saw Rex on the caster list, I was not thinking about him being in the bracket, but he is, in fact, playing the first round, and then, or first round or two, and then we'll join us casting afterwards. Alright guys, give me 1 second, I'm just going to process a couple of walkovers, like I mentioned. We didn't even get in game before the walkovers. That's that actually doesn't usually happen, to be fair. Alright, a couple of walkovers. Nightmare gets a walkover. It means he's going to be playing against Kira already. We could cast Kira Nightmare. You guys want to go Kira Nightmare? Kira Nightmare. You know what? I'm going to actually leave the lobby of the PvP to go Kira Nightmare. I think Kira Nightmare is actually a very fun series. Perfect. I mean, we waited so long to get into the first match anyways, we may as well just take the match that's about to begin instead of the PvP. And if you guys do want to watch, if you're really into the PvP of Zaun versus Geralt, that's going to be on the French stream with Coca. So you guys can check that out if you do want that PvP. But I think for the sake of us just swapping server and getting ready to veto, then we may as well hop on over to the PvT. yeah, a little bit of a last minute switch up, so we might actually be 2 or 3 minutes longer to get in game, guys. But it's not going to be a PvP, right? That's worth celebrating. That's worth buying a little bit of time for. I'm sure of it. Nightmare's hopping over. We'll get this underway in a couple of moments, and it is going to be Nightmare versus Cure. I'll get these guys invited into a party. We'll get this ready to go. A little bit of PvT action coming in. Nightmare Cure. If Cure is not AFK, Nightmare's also not accepting my party invites. Maybe it's just going to be one of those days. There we go. Nightmare joins us. I'll wait for Cure to join us here as well. So, yeah. Little switch up. Well, nothing like living on the edge, guys. This is when in like 5 minutes time when these guys are slow to veto, I'm like, wait guys, this match is, and then we change again and we just actually never get into a game of StarCraft 2. Just never. Let's give here a little message, give them a little poke. Sometimes they don't get the notification in game until you send them a DM. So, did the game start? Not quite yet for us, but the games are starting around the event. Like I say, we're going to be in game with Q and Nightmare soon. We're just now waiting for Q to come back. That's my fault. I switched matches, but I really do think it's worth it. While we just wait for these guys to get vetoed, it shouldn't be too long. We'll just remind you guys the next couple of days, WardiTV October will be taking place. Shin, Oliveira, Cura, and Hero are going to be in Group C. That's going to be taking place tomorrow. And then Group D on Wednesday, Solar, Clem, Trap, and Gumiho. Pretty stacked bracket. And that's going to be leading into our playoffs, which will be taking place next week, Tuesday and Wednesday as well. Showtime, Rogue, Maxbacks, and Spirit already there in the playoffs. We'll be looking to add 4 more players to that list and getting into that over the next few days. So yeah, that's going to be what's going on. It's going to be what's happening. We're just waiting for Q. Classic Ward. He switches matchup. One of the guys is AFK again. I'm literally the downtime simulator. I'm like, I make downtime out of nothing, you know? Like, I make it out of thin air. It's impressive. There's better be a good TVP. In before this is like Cure proxies Nightmare, then Nightmare does like a blink all in that fills, and Cure kills him on the counterattack. 10-minute series, and it was like, no, not like this. Mondays are the best, thanks to Wardy. I'm glad you like them. There's actually a lot of StarCraft on Mondays. Shout out obviously to the Kilara Steadfast Roddy Cup, which will be happening in about 5 hours time as well. Basically, European edition of this. Currently filling in for those ESL Open European Cups. As Cure is still just BRB for a couple of moments, so we'll wait for him to return and we'll get into this TVP. Trigger is hosting up a lobby. Trigger's playing against Rex. Trigger Rex starting up as well. If you want to watch that from first person view, Rex is streaming. And like I say, we will just wait for Cure to allow us to go. Brilliant. Hopefully just a couple moments. Rings also streaming for Sneaker Rank. There you go. Yeah, there's loads of matches going on, guys. Like I say, we're just really picking our one to wait on to begin with. Ay. Could have been in the PvP. What did we do? We ditched it for this PvT. Do I regret it? Absolutely. 100%. But that's okay. Sometimes mistakes are made. Hey, you just joined the party. Alright, I'm gonna give it a couple minutes. We should actually be in game. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. First couple of videos going to be called a Dynasty and Post Youth. Hi says Cure, Go says Nightmare, no hi, just a Go. Wow. Amphion going to be viewed by Cure as well. Waiting for another video from Nightmare, video number 4 of this, and then we'll have one more video each, a map pick, and we'll get hosted in. Crimson Core gets vetoed by Nightmare. Do it to veto next. Dynasty, Post Youth, Amphion, and Crimson out. Obviously got the classic like Oceanborn, Side Delta, and Alcyone still in there. We could see a Golden Aura veto from Cure here, depending on if he fancies playing a big map or not. Could be an option for him, definitely a viable way to go about things. Get that Golden Aura veto out, don't play the big defendable map that Protoss players kind of love to play on. Yeah, Amphion's kind of an interesting one to veto out so soon, but you get so much wiggle room in these best of 3s nowadays. Ghost River also there. Oh, that one actually gets left in best of 3s a lot. I'd imagine we lose Golden Aura and Alcyone, to be honest. Kind of depends what Nightmare's thinking as well. There is the Golden Aura veto from Cure, so he's going to veto what we thought. So do you veto Alcyone, Ghost River, Oceanborn, or Side Delta? Maybe Ghost River if you don't like the aggressiveness of that map. It can definitely make things a little bit funky and a little bit weird. Waiting for this final veto, guys, between Cure and Nightmare. So it's Nightmare's final veto, and then it will be Cure to pick the first map. Like I say, Oceanborn, Alcyone, Ghost River, and Side Delta currently left in the pool. "23 minutes we've been killing time for. It's impressive. It's impressive. Ay. He views Oceanborn. Okay, taking Ocean out of there is actually kind of funky, so that's kind of cool. Wait for the first map pick here from Cure. So we're gonna have potentially Alcyone, Side Delta, and Ghost River. If I'm Cure, I'm probably picking. He's actually gonna pick Alcyone first. Okay. So Alcyone gonna come up as the map pick of Cure, and we'll see what the second map pick is going to be in a second from Nightmare. Between Side Delta and then Ghost River will be the other one as well, so between those two, rounded out. Again, thank you for the patience, guys. I know this ended up being like an extra 9 minutes waiting, but I still kind of like this series. Waiting for Nightmare to give us the Oops. Players ready. Cool, let's kick off into this. Side Delta, Ghost River. And we're going to Alcyone. Players are ready. Let's cast some StarCraft here today, guys. Let's get into some WardiTV Mondays action. Thank you for the patience. I really do appreciate it. I know it's taken us a little while to get going today, but I hope it's worth it. I think this could be a very good matchup. We already have some other good matchups setting up. ByuN going to be taking on Skillus, who's won out his first series as well. There's so many great games going on, and I definitely recommend you get a couple of different streams open, catch whatever's hot at the moment. I'll be doing my own work to put in as much collection as possible. As we have on the top right hand side, our blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is Cure. Up against the red Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map, we have Nightmare. Game one of this best of 3. As we see our first gateway coming down. Gonna start getting that Reaper wall off set up and ready to begin. So nothing really crazy about that, kind of just the expectation for the first few moments. The barracks coming down at the front from Cure, and we'll see what direction Cure wants to take his build order in. Usually it is the Terran build that dictates a little bit of the early game here. How aggressive are we going to be? How fast are we expanding? Where do we put that expansion? High ground or low ground? AKA just how safe are we going to turn this into? I mean, this is a large map. This is one where you're probably more so expecting this to just be a straight up expansion. No kind of fun stuff necessary. No real need for a super early factory either. That doesn't mean you can't go for it. It just means that those builds will be more custom to a Side Delta and a Ghost River coming up after this game. So If you want to just go one racks expend, this is probably one of the better. I mean, I guess Sidella is also very good for with that ramp up into the natural for doing that. We'll see. I mean, as the Reaper starts and Orbital's on the way, there's no second gas, so it's already answered for us that Q will be putting the expansion down. He's going to put that straight into place. No scout from him, but also no scout from Nightmare. These two are both just going to believe that neither opponent will kind of get this to be too funky or into play at all. Those couple probes. Pull back up into the main base, going to deposit a few minerals off over there. Again, our Nexus and our Cyber Core continuing to produce, so bringing that in. Obviously now we'll look towards the Protoss tech. Starts with a warp gate immediately, which kind of suggests that this is likely a Twilight Council or Robo facility opener. Robos have definitely established their place in the meta in terms of an opening choice. It used to be kind of a two-horse race between the Stargate and the Twilight. A Robo was like, ooh, is he going to Colossus drop move? Nowadays, a Robo is a much more standard way to open. And can give you just very good vision, a little bit of harass with the Prism, and all of that goodness. In this case, we drop the Twilight Council down. Nightmare likely bends towards the Blink opening, unless he's going to potentially throw a wild card in there of like some DTs or so. Maybe obviously poking around for the first few moments, and would love to try and just confirm and guarantee what is up and what's going on. Twilight Council still building in the main base of Nightmare as well, so we bring that up. Couple probes on the way, Stalker coming out, Warp Gate is halfway done. There it is, just going to drop in. The Adept is going to be firing up. Orbital Command taking some damage already. And again, depoting over onto the side again. Blink is building, the Widowmine, the Marine continue to come through. Starport is about to finish as well. Getting a couple Marines, Widowmine, Starport all finishing up. Going to put us in a nice little spot here. There's a few Marines now. Hellion will gather together as well. Hellion is going to hit the Adept for a couple of moments. Adept going to come back the other direction, so some damage there. We'll see with the Medevac coming through. We'll see the Widowmine drop. I mean, this is bread and butter build order from Cure. Does not really get much more standard than this across the board. Adept shades into the main. A couple of Widowmines pop out. And as the Marines chase that Adept over to the side, the Medevac is going to take the two Widowmines, and it's going to start boosting out through into the bottom left-hand corner. Again, the Robo facility, the gateway, and probes all producing. Let's see what the Widowmine drop does, as this is not a super aggressive blink. It's 3 gateways, not 4. So you're looking towards an expansion probably fairly soon as Nightmare. Already setting up actually onto the triangle location. No vision on this mine drop as it flies in, so this is going to have to be an immediate response. As the Widowmines burrow, the probes pull back. And we are just going to go bang bang for 3 workers killed. And the Stalkers come over there. Widowmine is going to get killed as well. It's just going to grab that as the Hellion now lifts up. Charges building, RoboBay coming up. Nexus just about halfway done on the third base as well. Observer continues to go to the upper right side. Again, charge building up, the Observer coming in. Settled down as the siege tank pulls across with a couple of Marines. A few Stalkers are going to sit there as well. Observer with just a little bit of an idea poking in toward the main base, but decided to pull back out again. We got the extra gates online, the charge coming through. And Colossus on the way as well currently from Nightmare. Very peaceful opening, right? I mean, yes, the Widowmine drop comes in, it gets a couple of shots. The Raven now is going to start harassing too, but no major damage. We'll drop a single order turret here that will turn onto some probes as we refuse to pull the probes away. 2 probes go down because of that. Medevac is getting home as well, which we're always happy to see. It's always nice to bring the Medevac home alive. Silgar Stalkers out at the front. Stimpak combat +1 coming through. Medevac Marine Marauder producing. Medevac gets all the way up the top and potential to turn around back through the main base again in a couple of moments here as well. Just going to turn that right back around straight away. Yeah, flying straight through that. The Medevac continues back into the center. Stalkers setting up as well. Gets a couple shots off. A few Stalkers are forced back again. Extended Thermal Lance already coming up. Prism getting chrono boosted. A couple of Vikings, +1 armor, and the concussive shells on the way in. Marauder's still producing 2. The Stalkers of Nightmare are going to step up to the high ground. I'm going to go after the depot. CV gets popped. Depot, I'm going to get taken down. Look at the Bio will stim over. Stalker's already taking damage. 1, 2, 3. Going down as Nightmare doesn't respond. He's losing probes at home. I guess that's the new Widowmine drop coming back in. A couple of probes go down there and the Widowmines get out alive. And we lost Stalkers because of the distraction. So Cure is able to capitalize here on just a little bit of multitasking that goes in his favor. Bio regathering. Another depot dropping. Archon's about to finish. +1 attack is coming through. Extra couple of cannons building up from Nightmare. Gates and the Dark Shrine coming up as well. And more of this army still setting up on that right-hand side. Medevac down the left. Ready to potentially make a play as it gets ready to drop in toward this main base. Dark Shrine's going to be there as well. As we just continue straight on through. A couple of SCVs going down as the Vikings will go after the Prism. Chase that down. Widowmines in the main. Actually going to double shoot, but 5 probes anyways is obviously pretty nice. Oh, I wonder if those elves didn't move. They just went for that ghost. They would have had it. They get it anyways, actually, so at least something goes down. Five probes being knocked off at the moment. A couple more Vikings coming up on the side of Cure. +1 armor coming in. The Widowmines are producing. The armory's on the way in as well, plus that engineering bay coming up from Cure too. So just get all of that on the way out. Our Dark Shrine will be building as the cannon. Hitting the Widowmines again. Probes going down once more. +2 attack and a disruptor now coming out. Batteries and cannons continue to produce. A few additional probes are continuing in as well. Bring all of that through for the moment to get that set to go. Oh, always good when I lag out the game. Gonna hope that that was just a slight intermediate issue and it's not gonna continue. The ping is dropping back down, so yeah. Sometimes, I mean, I don't drop any frames here. It looks as though that's just a Korean server problem, guys. But hopefully that ping settles a little bit and we don't actually have to tap out of this. That would be very sad. As you have the Bio, Vikings, the Raven continuing down to the bottom. And Kyo going to give himself options for where he attacks in from. Opening up these rocks means you can attack in from this bottom side, you can attack in from the center still. You can really choose your poison during this one, so options are going to be available to you as Bio shows up to get the Nexus in the pylon already. The Vikings and the Raven still joining up together as well. And what are we going to do next? As a couple of disruptors are going to come down this ramp. Kaboom, kaboom. We hit a single siege tank to start off with. Colossus still flying away. Zealot getting hit. Anti-armor missile's going to strike the Colossus and some Zealots. Archon as well. More damage being dealt as a few more probes keep on dropping. So we're still set up. The tank shots are firing. Simulator taking a few more hits of damage, and we will have very shortly. This Army of Nightmare moving back out into the center. Taking down some rocks. We're going to continue to push on through. I mean, Nightmare is very aware of where this army's at and all the possibilities and opportunities you might try and take hold of as Cure. Obviously, just keeping his army split up quite nicely. The Vikings still continue to gather. The Shadow Strider is about halfway done, +3, +1 on the upgrades. It looks as though Nightmare's kind of ready to say, hey, look, I've had you held here for a while. The reinforcements have not shown up, so let's take a fight. Widowmine from the side does hit. We are going to have a nice anti-armor missile as well. Disruptor's trying to help play cleanup. All the medevac's dead apart from this one. Now that follows. It lost a Colossus during this, but it's a very good cleanup from Nightmare, and that's all because look at everything that's at home from Cure. He put himself in a position to make plays, but he was not able to make those plays because of Nightmare's good split defense. And without being able to make any plays, eventually he ends up cornered in and unable to get away. That's a massive win for Nightmare. Essentially only fighting half of Q's army at a time is a massive, massive W to start things off with. We now have Stalker, Colossus, Zealot, Disruptor moving into the center, going to go past the Watchtower here as well. Holding that for a couple of moments as we step up. A few Disruptors going to somewhat lead the charge towards the top side as well. Two ship weapons continue to build. The Zealot, Stalker, Hong Kong Colossus collecting as well. A few Disruptors are going to rejoin together. Going to lose that Observer. At least the Disruptor is able to find the Sensor Tower. We're seeing a pretty typical Alcyone situation here, right? Which is TLDR. It's difficult to attack up ramps. So Zealot's going to come over. Nice little blink. Actually going to get rid of one of the ghosts. And the Disruptor to, I was going to say, take down that mine, but we miss. And Nightmare realizes that, so he sends the second one just to finish up. Prism going to fly through this base. At the same time, going to see DTs actually jump onto this location. Prism in the main, DTs on the fourth will fall. Prism into the main base, and this is just Nightmare having had a really good start, not being stopped at all, is now able to start dealing some mega damage. I mean, this base already going down is huge. The DTs continue to swipe and dice. I mean, the Zealots in the main base going uncontested as well. Reinforcements are just wandering about, move commanding. Disruptors are going to push their way in towards the third/natural. Now you can take your choice. Coast Academy gets knocked down in the main base. The Zealots going to continue to fight as well. I mean, we will lose the Prism here, but there's so many Zealots in the main. Reinforcements are not getting a chance to do anything, so we're going to have to stim the main army towards that. I think Nightmare actually did just let up a little bit too much there. Actually lets the Bio get through to deal with this. The Vikings landed to absorb some damage. They get back in the skies. 20 SCVs down, though. Nightmare is playing a beautiful game, number one. Zealots going down, the EMP dropping as well. Royals and Marines coming up. We see a Disruptor going to fire as well. Colossus continue to hit. See another Disruptor shot coming in over on the side. Stalker, Zealous, Disruptor's going to keep on fighting. Just going to have the Archon continue to push through there. The Marauders continue to get chased back as well. I mean, Q's just dying on every front. His main army was the only thing he really had to try and do something with, and clearly that was not working out very quickly in this scenario. It was not happening at all. That means that Nightmare is going to take game number one of this best of 3 against Q to start things off today. There we go. A little bit of a fun start. Game number 2 coming up as our second map here will be Site Delta. So we'll get to Site Delta. A little bit more compact. I feel like Q needs to make more things happen earlier in the game. This was a very passive game from him. Needs to just be a little bit more active, I think, on the map for my liking. Round of 16 is pretty much set, apart from Ryung still playing Nicorect. One of that plays Hero. Gerald 2-0 Zaun. That was a pretty quick series in the end. We'll kind of have our choice of what to cast next. This is already round of 16, but obviously after this we can maybe think about what round of 8 we'd like to cast, and then just sort of catch like the end of a round of 16 that leads into that round of 8. That might be the way to do it. I'm tempted to go for, if Solo's still alive, Solo versus ByuN or Skillis. Get some Zerg action on the stream before we potentially lose out on our Zerg. Unfortunately, Rex has fallen to triggers, so he's already down. Alright, let's jump into game number 2. In the top left-hand corner, down a map will be our blue Terran player. It is Cure. And at the bottom right, I read Protoss is going to be Nightmare. Well, Nexus is corner boosting as we figure out what our second game is going to look like a little bit. The probe coming around that right-hand side. Let's see that probe continue to move around a little bit. Problems back around. It's going to be getting up to the top side, trying to see what the plan is going to be. Probes continue to move Cybercore building. That's the factory on the way this time from Cure, following the command center just as last time. Marine comes down the ramp, heads on out. It's gonna go journeying. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm just gonna tab and fix the score here quickly. Hold on. Cool. Marine comes about, command center setting up, factory gonna be there in a few moments' time. The Stalker gonna corona boost as well. The Adept of Nightmare will come shading forward and go towards the upper left hand side as well. It's also gonna try and look to see what's going on. Adept is just going to go shading up the Twilight Council building here on the side of Nightmare as well. Gateway coming through. You can see this gateway coming down. Settled in, just going to be seeing the Stalker moving around a little bit. Another Stalker coming over. Blink coming through, a couple probes are coming in. Robo Facility's going to drop down as well as it gets settled into this just for now. Again, a couple of Widow Mines coming up on this factory. That's going to be 4 mines loading into the medevac, and we begin to boost down across to the bottom side of the map. 4 mines going to come all the way down to the bottom. Just for the moment, again, Blink coming up, Robo Facility and Gateway coming in as well. We continue to get that building as those 4 mines will be dropping into the main. So it was 2 mines last game. This time, a little bit more kind of factory in general here, as we have the couple of Hellions continue to gather. The mines will begin to drop 1, 2, 3, and 4. Stalker's got to be careful, no Blink just yet, and that's going to be a lot of denied mining. You've got to give up some stuff here to clear this out. The Hellion's going to run through as well, going to go after the stacked set of probes. Try to force them back into the mineral line a bit too soon. Nightmare remembers that the Widow Mines are here. 1, 2, Unburrow, Reburrow on this one. Saves 2 of these as well. Cannot retarget, unfortunately. Okay, it's 2 Widow Mines still alive. We get 1 probe per mine initially. Seems pretty reasonable. Another mule dropping into place as we have an engineering bay on the back of this natural as well. A few Marines will transfer. Gonna hit the bunker here and jump inside. The few Stalkers in the Adept gonna head toward the upper left side of the map. And yeah, I mean, just a few units pressuring forwards. Robo Bay coming in from Nightmare as he takes his 3rd base as well. And of course, with that Widow Mine drop still here, keeps some of these Stalkers at home. So this is nowhere near as many units going across the map as you might have liked. You're not going to really be able to take advantage of any real situation that arises here. There's not really one that is arising, but if there was, this Widow Mine drop still being in the back is going to be a very big positive for you. So it's definitely a major plus to keep that away as +1 attack continues. Stim on the way, Marines and the Siege Tank coming, the reactor building as well. Sentry going to finish up. Twilight Council building. WardiTV about to finish as well from the natural expansion of Nightmare. So we get that going. The probe continues down the bottom. The Adept coming back through also. We'll just go back and forth for a couple of moments. Just going to have ourselves to charge and extended thermal lance coming through. Impact combat and +1 continue coming in as well. Couple of mules. Just going to be coming up also there. And again, trying to see if there's anything of use that we can provide. That combat shield continuing up. The gateway comes down to the sides. Gateway is there to allow for some opportunities. Just going to be seeing a little bit of Marine Force stepping forward and trying to apply some pressure as well. 4 tanks pulling back around over to the sides as they continue to gather up. +1 attack, combat shield, and concussive shells all on the way. The few stalkers continue to gather in. We're just going to establish that third. Tanks in a good spot. Will Nightmare try and do anything about this, or is he just going to let this come up and online? The first 2 Colossus are about to have their thermal lance. And he is stepping onto the map, so maybe Nightmare at the very least is going to test the waters and just see, hey, maybe is this, something I can come across against or not? Figuring that out is never really a bad thing. First Stalker will begin to hit there, as we are going to see our Zalds charging up. Tanks going to hit a Stalker initially. Would like to see those tanks try and get rid of a Colossus during this, but the Colossus not targeted at all until just now. That's way too late. These Colossus will live, and Cure now does not really have an answer to Colossus. The Raven doesn't have much energy. The Vikings, 2 of them pop out now. Is that going to be enough? All these SCVs going to be stranded over here. Fortunately, the medevacs nearby will perform an evacuation. 1 medevac goes down. 7 SCVs died. Third base has to lift off, and Nightmare just hitting with this Colossus timing. Thermal lance done. And he says, cool, let's party. And I was going to say check to the left, but he actually has sentries over there. He's building a dog shrine behind this as well. Now just going to take the opportunity to laser down a few more Marines from afar. This is where the siege tank can actually hit the Colossus and hold those back. Wouldn't mind if the Colossus sat here and hit the depot. We have high ground vision provided from the side, and yeah, this just seems like free damage, so may as well just take that as a single Viking steps forward. The depot will go down. The bunker still taking some extra shots as well. Few more hits coming through. Dark Shrine halfway done. Probes in a +1 attack coming up as well. The medevac going to sit just to the west side of that main base currently. Vikings, Raven joining up. Stalker's going to try and shoot, but not going to really get very much done. Medevac going to go to healing just once again, as we have got Nightmare. I think should be extremely content with what he's achieved here. The other thing I will say is that Nightmare's own economy is not booming. Only 58 workers with the 4th base about to finish. Could have maybe done a little bit more to kind of make that really pop during this time. Yeah, that really is his biggest issue, is this medevac Widowmine drop is going to get 3 workers as well, so that pushes Nightmare in the wrong direction, unfortunately for him. Just the bio coming over, medevacs and Vikings joining, as we have got the Colossus and everything else. Settling down on that right-hand side, the army of Cure is going to begin to make a move here. I mean, Cure's army supply is actually massive. Resources lost is dead even. All you've lost here is Nightmare Zealots. What's gone wrong? Anti-armor missile's going to strike. This is actually going to be one hell of a push from Cure, as Nightmare again has lost. I mean, he lost 16 probes this game. But yeah, Nightmare's economy just wasn't good enough to maintain throughout this, and so Cure is actually just going to whack his way through that 4th base. Both Colossus dead already as well. And Cure on the counterattack is going to do absolutely huge amounts of damage. I mean, all these probes going down as well. Now you've only really got a Stalker Zealot Disruptor Army 2. So the auto turret goes down. Zealot Stalker Disruptor joining up again. Bio will continue to fight. Disruptors are firing here. We choose to play the dodging game instead of the killing game. I don't think it's really going to matter, as Cure has too much. Stalker's dying. We are going to retreat with the Guardian Shield fading. A few extra Zealots get warped in now from Nightmare. Nice lift saves the Vikings, so they drop back down into danger anyway. And Kira knows that this is clearly going in his favor. He's just going to chase up this ram. Super Battery, I don't think he actually should care about that too much. I think he can probably just go. Look at the reinforcement wave that just arrived from Kira as well. There's an aggressive pylon gate across the map. I just don't think we're going to ever really have the chance to justify trying to use that. We do have detection against those DTs as well, so that DT goes down. Scan is good. And pretty much the last chance of a defense is already faded away. Nightmare's going to lose this game that he was looking so very good in, just did not manage to keep enough workers alive, did not get that economy to a state it needed to be in, and despite good trades, his economy was lacking. Denying the third base of the Terran was clearly not enough to make up for that. And so we will go into game 3 here to start our action. ByuN does get the win over Nika Rex, so our full round of 16 is now set up, guys. I'll be hosting us into Ghost River. Just to run through the round of 16 matches, we have Clem versus Geralt, we have Gumiho versus Trap, Solar versus Creator, ByuN versus Skillers, MaxPax versus Trigger, Oliveira versus Classic, Hero versus Ryung, and Cure is taking on Nightmare in our series that we're watching right now. So great set of round of 16 games currently underway. These guys are ready to go directly into game number 3. And let's kick this off and let's get going into more StarCraft action here on Ghost River. We kick this off, we get this going. Let's see what's going to happen. Damn, that's a juicy bracket. Hell yeah, it is. Shout out to all you guys helping support these events and to everyone who's making the WardiTV Mondays specifically happen. We have OSC, Loco TV, and Winter Gaming all helping us to sponsor the Monday Cups at $400 per week. So shout out to all of those guys. We really appreciate it. And yeah, without them, we would not be here with as much prize money and as many players as we have. So do shout out and check all those guys out and all the content they are making. Yeah, if you are enjoying the stream and enjoying the games, you can always consider supporting yourself on this channel. Subscribing is a great way to do so. We also have the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of what you pledge is guaranteed to end up in a WardiTV tournament prize pool. It doesn't go into these Monday events because these Monday events are covered by other things, but stuff like the WardiTV Octobers that's happening tomorrow and Wednesday again, that sort of stuff happens all of the time because of you guys supporting on the Patreon, on the subscriptions, and all of that goodness. Rax Gas coming up and online here on Ghost River as we get ourselves into game 3. Small aggressive map. I feel like this is Kua's dream map all of a sudden popping out. As yo, Dark Monty, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Wardy family. Much appreciated. The subs get replay pack or just Patreon? No, every sub gets replay packs. Replay packs go up in the subscriber channel on Discord. If you join the Discord and then you link your Twitch account to Discord, it will realize that you're a sub. You can go into the subscriber channel. You will also get not just access to future replay packs, any replay packs that were released before you joined, you can also still download. So, yeah, subs get the replay packs too. Just check out the Discord. If you have any issues with that, ping us. Help you along the way as I probe. And then back around here and see if it can niddle the SCV a little bit, if there's much it can done. Or much it can do. The Cybercore, unfortunately, our probe's not going to get much done indoors. The Marine pops out instead of a Reapus. The Marine catches the probe off guard, gets the kill. And that means we're going to see a slightly faster reactor here. Obviously, not putting the gas into the Reaper. Factory will come down shortly. High ground CC on this smaller map. Kure does not want to be dealing with potential Protoss aggression, so he just says, no, let's just keep this simple. Get my CC high ground. It gives me way less concerns defending early. And obviously lets me focus on just getting into a good position as possible for the next stage of the game. Yo, Lutrax, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back to the Wardy family. Thank you for supporting today. Trophy heads up towards the top. Twilight Council coming in. The Nexus is about to finish. Stalker is coming up. The Warp Gate continuing through. Going to be about halfway done. Our Factory of Cure is not far from finishing either. Nexus will complete again. Twilight Council halfway done already. Cyclone and a couple of Marines continue to build out. Our CC is going to complete off into the orbital. And there's Adept going to shade up toward the main base. A few Marines are going to step over here as well. The Adept will get chased away. So Adept is going to get pushed back for a couple of moments. Stalker shooting, a couple of Marines taking some shots. We are going to see a couple of Marines in the Cyclone showing up as well. Just going to bring that over here. Get that into position. You're seeing the Cyclone going to come about. Adept will take a couple of shots of damage, so a few hits coming through right there. Shots coming about it. Actually, we have a Cyclone already locking onto a Stalker. So a few hits coming through. The Stalkers continue to take some damage. We're actually going to trade out here. The Cyclone going down as well, but new Cyclone is around. Gonna get that probe off to the side. Using the lock on there. Blink available, but we don't blink back that hurt Stalker, and now the lock on is good, and we move forward. We're gonna get ourselves another Stalker back to the battery. Should help defend everything else. That last Stalker did not get healed for a moment, but that is gonna be the cleanup in the end. Resources lost will favor Nightmare. Medevac, 2 Cyclones, and 11 Marines all went down. Now these few Stalkers will begin to step forward and out onto the map, so I'm just gonna begin to move across the other direction. Just gonna have those few Stalkers continue to move over, then again tank Marines in the stim continue to come about for the moment. Stalkers get back over that right-hand side. Probe still on a little bit of the move. Probe just moving about a little bit. Marine coming around the left-hand side. Goes down. A few Stalkers on the map, obviously, with that blink, would like to try and hold position out to the other side as well, so I'd like to do that as best as possible here for as long as possible. The Stalker's going to hit. Marine going to go down. We actually do lose a Stalker there. Stalkers gather up, trying to see what we can do. Well, tank's going to get grabbed for the moment. And yeah, Xanthermal Lance coming through the Colossus and a few more Zealots coming about. On the bottom right side, we're going to have another gateway building up here as well. So that's going to be Nightmare. He set up that gate last game, never really got much of a chance to do it. Or use it. As the Zealot Stalker Colossus gathers back around. A lot of shotgun fight here. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, anti-arm missile goes down. Tanks sieging extremely late. 2 tanks die before a single tank shot actually goes off. They were single target fire. It's not like they were completely useless. I think both taking fairly serious losses there, to be honest. I'm going to push over. A couple of Marauders and Marines taking some damage. Shots coming about still. Colossus is going to go and laser down that SCVs, that command center. Taking some hits. Another Marine also going down. I mean, we want to finish the third base up here. Building in location is a risk that you take. Oh, the SCV just dies and he cancels it. Decides not to bring another SCV across. My goodness. He decides not to bring another one across at all as 3 SCVs go down, but Nightmare getting rid of that base is huge. Colossus are going to shoot. Stalker Zealots gathering up. Zealots on the left side trying to push in as well. Just going to see, Widowmine's actually going to get some pretty good shots off on the Zealots, but I do think that Q losing that base is going to be extremely detrimental. That's going to slow him down in a huge way. Not sure if that's going to be able to be recovered from, honestly. Fire steps up. A little bit of damage being done. That's going to come moving through for a couple of moments. So again on the move over here, trying to see what's going on. ByuN and the Vikings will gather up together. Artifacts doing some healing where they can. A few Stalkers going to step forward as well. And in the middle of the map, in the bottom of the map, I mean, the big thing here for Nightmares is they're continuing to control the game. Continue to make sure that this game is very much so under wraps in his regard. Disruptor pops out of the Robo Facility, +2 attack. Halfway done. Now Bio stepping forward, and Stalkers gonna come chasing as well. Bio gets a couple more kills. Medevac Marauder still coming up, +2 attack, and Disruptor is still producing big army of Q across the map now. He has got a third base finally coming online. Again, Nightmare's work count is just not that great. This time he's only lost 3 probes. I feel like Nightmare's bigger issue is really just not getting as many workers out as he really needs. I mean, I guess he's not... I mean, I guess he's not far off being saturated. Obviously, he's only playing like a low amount of gases, but there are mineral patches that could be being mined more comfortably right now. As we take this fight, the Vikings have work to do. The Vikings took a weird shot there, and they are now going to get on toward the Colossus. Can these 3 Vikings finish the Colossus? Yes, they can. Medevac's here to heal up these 3 Marauders that could absolutely carry this game still, but Zealots should put a stop to that. Marauders are not great against the Zealots. Q does not lift up to leave. He's trying to get reinforcements over here, but that's not going to happen as he's, I think, contemplating leaving the game. I think he just got a little bit too far gone. I mean, obviously some decent fights still, but the game was just too far away from him to really catch back up and to get back on track. Well, Clem Trap is happening on the NA server right now. I'm going to go see if we can join that, actually. It seems pretty fun if we can get Clem Trap. I was saying maybe we try and get that Solar versus ByuN or Skilla series, but could we really turn down Clem versus Trap? No, they just begun! Oh, they went in-game. Like, literally has just started like a moment ago, guys, so we'll have to just try and get replays on that one. And, yeah, catch back up with that one a bit further down the line. That's sad. Clem Trap took my fancy when I saw it there, as Trap just dispatched a Gumiho. Well, that's going to lead us into a decision to make. I mean, I think we kind of maybe wait around for ByuN Skills to finish up, but they're only like 4 or 5 minutes in game. Yeah, that's really unlucky, because considering ByuN and Skills are still in game, I would have liked to have seen the Clem Trap instead. Obviously, Nightmare moves on. He'll play Hero or Young. I don't think we're going to look at the bottom side of that bracket for a little bit here, guys, because that looks as though it might be turned into a PvP battle. Max Packs Classic. Classic took out OLIVEIRA 2-0. Q knocked down. Ryung is the last non-pro standing on the bottom portion of the bracket, so that might become PvP Central. We might just wait for ByuN Skills to finish and jump into that final game, or like I say, the winner versus Solar. Like I say, just a little unlucky to be just short of catching the Clem Trap match. Who had it for you guys? I mean, I know Coco will be in game on the Clem Trap match, so that one's already happening. Max Packs Classic is happening over on the Cranky Ducklings, if you're interested there. And ByuN's on the Trap Clem game if you do wish to check that out. So if you would like to give that a watch, you absolutely can do so. So yeah, at least there is an English stream on that. That's good to see. Game 2 of Hero Young will start soon. I'm not sure I'm on the correct server to jump on that, to be honest. I'm not tempted to jump there, though, because that gets us stuck in, like, PvP Central. I think I'd rather wait a little bit and just catch the winner of ByuN Skillers versus Solar, because it gives us a non-PvP. We're already going to get a PvP in the semifinals unless Ryung really does upset Hero, which, I mean, if that happens, then I'm silly for missing it, but... yeah. Big question is going to be, is it going to be another Clem MaxBax Finals? There's been Clem MaxBax Finals the last 2 weeks, guys. Clem was winning 3-1 last week. I think he won 3-1 the week before as well. They just keep on ending up in the finals in these Open Cups. Let's get into another game right now. Yeah, I think I do really still want to kind of just catch the ByuN Skillers winner versus Solar. So let's maybe just take a couple of moments. We'll take a moment or two. We'll get this next match going here between... or we'll give ByuN and Skillers a couple minutes to maybe finish up. We'll come right back and we'll try and get into our next matchup here ASAP, guys. Thanks for watching today. That's the WardiTV Monday. Still lots to go. Round of 8, both round of 4s, and a finals. So plenty of StarCraft coming up. Don't go far. We'll see you guys on the other side of these apps.
I saw it when I walked, boy.
Hello guys, just a little update. We're still waiting on that ByuN Skillers game to finish. I'm just gonna be off camera for another minute or two. Hopefully we'll have that in a moment or so. So yeah, we'll be back in just a few. StarCraft continuing, as we're hoping to get the winner of ByuN versus Skillers against Solar. Alright guys, just to talk again. We are waiting on ByuN skills to finish. They are typically playing a long game because we're waiting for them. That's what's going on. I'm just eating my lunch, which is why Ellie is here. So I figured I would let you guys just watch Ellie a little bit. I would try and just eat without, while we don't have a game currently and while we're waiting. And then hopefully we can get back into what should hopefully be just back-to-back games once this bit of downtime goes. I know it's been a pretty haphazard day so far, but hoping that it does get a little bit smoother from here on out. So, yeah. I'll leave you guys with Ellie for a little bit while I finish up my lunch and, like I say, keeping an eye out for ByuN skills to come out again. Alright guys, Skillets and ByuN are now in game for 20 minutes, so it really is just one of those days where apparently we're screwed, whatever we decide to try and do. We missed the Clem Trap series by like a 10-20 seconds. Decided we'd wait for Skillets ByuN. They are playing 20-minute series. Max Packs are knocked out Classic, by the way, so Classic will fall in the round of 8. He will play the winner of Max Packs will play the winner of Hero and Nightmare in the round of 4. I'm hoping, I'm really hoping we can get into the Solar ByuN Skillets match before that starts. Otherwise, we'd actually have to start the semi-finals. But yeah, we will sit and wait. Is this going to turn into another Max Packs Clem finals? How often can that happen? Kind of crazy, no? Surely at some point one of those guys, you know, lose, mess up, make mistakes. Crazy. Skillets and ByuN now 21 minutes in game. The worst part of that for us is that there's just no way for us to see who's there's no one watching this match as well, so we can't even kind of like keep up with it or anything. Just unlucky. Alright, well, such is life, guys. We'll give it a few more minutes, and we'll wait for the Skillets ByuN series. I guess I will show the bracket while we wait. So, Clem, Blade, and Trap in the top round of 8, and then Solo waiting for ByuN or Skillets. And then we have Max Packs advanced already over Classic, and Hero taking on Nightmare in this $400 WardiTV Monday number 6. $200 for first, $100 for second, third, and fourth will take $50 each. So there you go. That will continue as soon as, like I say, we're waiting for this ByuN Skillers match, which I'm hoping is long but not extremely long. They are 21 minutes in game right now. Just waiting for them to finish up, and hopefully we can get going into some round of 8 games today. Fingers crossed. It's just been one of those, like I say, we waited like 25 minutes to get into our first match. Fortunately, that first match, Nightmare Q, was pretty good. 3 games as well. That was nice, but now we're just hitting another bump of downtime. Sometimes the Open Cups do this to you guys. Sometimes it just be like that. So yeah, apologies that today has turned out in such a way. Hoping that, like I say, we figure this out soon. Soon. How you guys doing? How are you guys feeling? Twitch chat, YouTube chat as well. What's up? Let me know what's happening. Let me know how we're feeling. We got a few minutes, so talk to me while we wait for Skillers and ByuN to finish up whatever crazy game they're currently in the midst of. How are you guys all feeling? What are you guys thinking? Clem's walking into a trap. It would be, honestly, even if it created a lot of PvP in the finals and stuff, I'd be kind of down to see Trap beating Clem. If Trap beats Clem, we will get those replays and cast it ourselves when we finish up for the day. That would be a wild result. Wild. Update the replay pack for our contributors while we wait, because it saves me, I guess, 20 seconds later today when we finish up. May as well upload a few replays now while we're sat waiting. Ah, they're really gonna go and play like a 30-minute game, aren't they? 25 minutes at the moment. Incredible. Honestly, someone should study my ability to pick matches that are gonna take forever to start. It really is a talent. Yo, Stancops, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much for priming us up. Mysterio on the YouTube chat is hungry. I feel you, man. I was a bit hungry myself. That's why I took some food while we were waiting for this game. Unfortunately, we're still not here. Do I think Trap can become one of the actual best Protosses in the world? Like getting to the top 10 in the world or something? Yeah, I think he's already on his way to doing that. I mean, his results have only really gotten better. And he consistently looks very good. Yeah, I think if he stays motivated and really wants to keep on working to it, I absolutely think Trap can get there. You look at his match history and it's pretty sick, right? I mean, he's taking down a lot of the other players that we would consider to kind of, you know, start stepping up their recently. He lost to Australia recently, but he did 2-0 Shin. He, excuse me, took a map off Max Packs in our Monday event last week. He beat Shin that same day. Took a map off Dark in the KSL, beat ByuN. I mean, honestly, and beat Solo in WardiTV Mondays #4. Like, I look at Trap's results and I'm like, this guy is playing, winning against pretty much everyone, you know? Like, there's not really anyone that's not, that Trap's not doing well against, apart from Clem. Like, I mean, who isn't doing well against Clem? Well, who is doing well against Clem, you know? Like, maybe some of the Terrans and TVT, even those guys are struggling. I'd say Trap's absolutely poised to be one of the top Protoss players in the near future. So yeah. ByuN. Who's casting ByuN? Nobody. That's why I would like to jump into it, because there's not going to be anyone on this next quarterfinal. But like I say, obviously it's just taken a little while. It's taken a little while for us to get there, friends. So yeah, we're just they're 27 minutes in game. I mean, obviously it could go longer, but you're really hoping that it can kind of end any moment as well. It'd be kind of nice if we could actually just get a game of StarCraft 2 on the screen again. That'd be really great. Fingers crossed, maybe at some point today. Yeah. Ay. Like I said, I'm being a little bit stubborn because I want to go into a fresh series, and I really do want to catch that solo round of 8. Maybe we could have jumped on something else, but I rolled the dice to try and get what I thought would be the best match for the stream. It's unfortunately costing us all this downtime, so. Yeah. I mean, you could say that maybe we should just take what we can get, but we'd miss out on a lot of cool games, I feel like, if we just took what we could get a lot of the time. Hey, they just came out of game, guys. Skills and ByuN just wrapped up. Whatever game they were on, we'll see if there's a result on the bracket or if there's another lobby going up or so. 29 minutes, I believe. Let's look, check if there's a result or if there's another game. We'll be obviously getting into whatever is available. If it's game 2 or 3 of ByuN Skillless, or if it's winner versus Stoller, we'll be heading into that. Because they're just waiting for information to be given. ByuN's changing now. It looks like ByuN might be hosting another game, actually. Changing his status on the friends list. So he pushes us in that direction. Skillless in the replay. No update on the bracket. We wait intensely. I'll ask in chat because no one's doing anything. Skillless is still in the replay. ByuN is still on the score screen. ByuN 2-1 is the note. Brilliant. So it'll be ByuN Solo coming up when ByuN and Solo are ready to go. So that means our full round of 8 is now set. So Clem versus Trap already underway. Solo versus ByuN about to start. Max Packs already beat Classic, and Hero versus Nightmare is underway as well. So we're going to go into ByuN versus Solo. Then we're going to get our semifinals, then our finals. That's going to be how today works. Guys, thank you so much for the downtime. Patience, I appreciate that. This has not been super fun. ByuN crazy comeback versus Skillless. Must see, really. No, sounds like we missed. So yeah, apparently our Russian stream, our Russian caster was in this one. Tommy, he's been casting our events for so long. And apparently he was Yeah. Apparently he was in game on this one and reported the result for us as well. So I imagine ByuN Solo is going to happen over on the Korean server. So we'll get in ByuN Solo. I think ByuN will probably just take a moment to just came out a super long game, but at least we have something on the horizon. At least we're not waiting endlessly for a match to finish, you know. So yeah, we'll get ByuN Solo on the way. I'm gonna hop on over to Korea for this quarterfinal, guys, and get some TVZ on the way. At least from here, it should just be series after series after series. There should really be no downtime from now on, guys. We're at the point where there's pretty much going to be always something ready to go when we finish our current match, so that will be the case. That's a big plus. That should be a big improvement on what we've been obviously seeing so far. Because it has been a little bit stop and start today. I appreciate that. We've actually only casted one series in like an hour and a half. I'm not loving it. I don't like the downtime. Sometimes these open cups just do it to you, though. But we are going to get ByuN Solo on the way in just a few. They are both on the Korean server, and they should be vetoing momentarily to give us the first map of this series, and we can kick off into that and get that ready to go. I did want to see this TVZ, honestly. I think ByuN Solo is always a very fun matchup. When was the last time these two played each other? Usually a matchup that happens a lot because they're both kind of online tournament grinders. When was the last time they actually played each other, though? Let's have a peek. Wow, actually Solo's on a 6-map win streak against ByuN. Last 3 meetings was the ESL Open Cup Korea in July. Wow, they've not played for 3 months. That's crazy. And then in June they played in the ESL Open Cup. And then the time before that they played in the WardiTV Korean Royale. Damn. That's crazy. We might need another Korean Royale, guys. Another Korean Royale on the go before the end of this year. We ran out of funding for the Korean Royale, but maybe it's something we try and... I don't know. The Korean Royale is tough because, like, it's nice to support just the Korean players, but at the same time, it's very hard to justify cutting out, like, even just, like, 2 to 4 of the top non-Korean players. Because the non-Korean players do so much for the viewership. They increase the level of the tournament. Maybe we do, like, a Korean Royale with, like, 4 players that aren't Korean. Like, maybe that's, like, just the limit we set. So there's, like, 4 non-Koreans. I know that's not really Korean Royale then, but... yeah. I think we're just at the point where region locking events does not make a lot of sense when we could just make an even better event by inviting people from all regions, you know? Korean Royale was a lot of fun. So, yeah, we actually did, if you guys don't remember, we did a crowdfunder like early last year for Korean Royale. And that enabled us to run 3 seasons. 2 seasons at $10,000 each, and then a 3rd season at $5,000. It was like $6,000 for season 3. So yeah, that was cool. I'm not really rushing out to do any more crowdfunding or anything though. Not just yet. Not like a big crowdfund. I'm kind of waiting to see what ESL / the circuit announces. Hopefully, then we can maybe figure out if we want to do some crowdfunding for tournaments of our own or not, etc., etc. Alright, ByuN still RV doing, guys, so we will have this TVZ on the way very shortly. It's ready to go and begin. And thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's been, like I say, just a lot of downtime today. It's been funky. You bet your favorite hat it is going to be a Clem Max Backs Finals. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Your favorite hat on the line, huh? Right. Countdown is on as we go into this TVZ. And thank you for the patience, everyone. We're finally back into some StarCraft 2 where we like to be the most. Let's cast some games as we go into Oceanborn. for map number 1 of this best of 3 series. What's up, Take TV? How you doing? We'll probably see a player we've not had at Home Story Cup. Holy crap, Wardy's playing at Home Story Cup? Can't believe it. Home Story Cup 26 end in November, guys. Exclamation mark HSC in the chat. You can see your favorite StarCraft 2 caster Wardy playing. Officially announced just there. Bottom right hand side, I believe Darren is going to be ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. In the top left, our red Zerg player is going to be Solar. Can always make use of a seed for filler. Yeah. I'm sure you, you and everybody else would not appreciate watching me try to play any games of StarCraft. I'm actually going to UK LAN not this weekend, but next weekend. And, I'm not even sure if I'm going to play the tournament. I'm mostly going to see people, but I might get out and play a couple games of StarCraft. Overlord heading to the bottom right hand side on a little bit of a journey across for the moment. Again, our hatch, gas and pool coming in. Command center building from ByuN on the natural. An orbital coming up. The SCV going to drop a depot down. We'll be poking out. The Overlord of Solar continues through as well, so bringing that across. We have ourselves this Reaper coming over then from ByuN and going to be bringing that across to the other side to see what we can do with this into the next couple of moments as the Reaper shows up. It is just one Rax, one Reaper. This is not going to be multi-Rax Reaper or anything like that from ByuN just yet, as the Reaper will start a fight. A couple of Lings taking some shots. The Zergling goes down, so Solar will lose out on that. As now the Reaper kites backwards a little bit. A couple of command centers still continuing to come up here, factoring the reactor building as well. We do have the grenade. Gonna try and help get rid of that creep tumor. He goes for it. He gets the creep tumor, but he loses the Reaper, unfortunately. Solar, the Z is a kind of a laugh. And I believe the B is a sad face from ByuN, as Solar thinks it's kind of funny that you lost the Reaper for creep tumor. He's not wrong. That is kind of funny. That is something that you don't usually typically expect to see going like that as a single Zergling comes down the bottom side. And I'm going to write a couple things in here. There's a couple Hellions come up. Marine's going to fight the Zergling for a couple of moments. Depots are going to raise. Hellions are going to finish. We have ourselves the well, Hellions going to get back on the map. ByuN still having some fun with each other. Man, first official match these two have played in 3 months is crazy to me. Like I say, these two were just so used to them battling in online events. They play in pretty much everything, but yeah, they've just not met each other in the recent cups that have been going on. A shout out to them both being here and playing today on the WardiTV Mondays. The WardiTV Mondays having such great participation is definitely one of the reasons our people who are supporting came back and made it happen for a second month in a row. And obviously you'll be looking to make that happen again going into November. No confirmation on that just yet, but trust me guys, I will make it my mission to try and keep this event going through November if we need it. It is nice just to have. I mean, it's just a great way to start the week out, sets the tone, gives some, people something reliable to tune into, and then we can use it to tell you guys about all the other awesome StarCraft that we're casting throughout the week as well. Couple of Hellions there, going to get turned around by a Queen, a shot there to help push those away just slightly. Got a couple of Queen shots coming in, the Hellions get turned around once more. Damage being done so far. Is going to gather. It's going to be having the Lair and the Bane Nest coming through. The Extractors are building up as well. Queen's pulling back a little bit as our Zerglings continue to come through. The Queen in production. Armory on the way, halfway done right now. Hellions and Marines still on the way out. Making a little bit of a push with Marine Hellion out across the map. So I'm going towards the top. The Marines and Hellions joining together. Combat shield starting up. The armory is still coming in, finishing very soon. The Hellions and Marines will step up to this high ground. Hellions morph into Hellbats. And we step on forwards. The Queen's going to get chased away for a couple of moments as well. Marines will stem up. The Queen's going to get chased down. A couple of Banes will start finishing here. I'm going to leave the Hellbats to tank the Banelings. That gives the Marines a lot of time to stand and do damage. Doesn't look like this is going to be going any further, though. This is a shutdown from Solar. Good defense made. Obviously, a big part of that is just going to be getting those Banes onto the Hellbats quickly. You get rid of those Hellbats, the Marines can't justify standing around and taking damage, and obviously now the Marines start to step back home as they realize it's time to probably chill this out a little bit. Marines step forward again, couple of creep tumors going down, 1-1 upgrades coming through, the combat shield about to finish. Vehicle playing coming up as well as the Medevacs get to the top. Marines and Widowmines out the far right side. A Fueling's counterattacking. It's only a few, but you know what? You don't need many to run into an orbital and get a couple of SCVs, force these workers not to mine for a second. I'm going to get one SCV here, maybe one more on the exit if we turn around onto this one, but honestly, just the one SCV pull for Fuelings is super worthwhile, and Solar able to show us the power that he has kind of coming forwards on the map just like that. Doing a great job of that one as our Marines will step up again. A couple of Banes. And roll through. Widowmines are going to not go. Okay, we actually do get one more Baneling explosion that kills off that final mine. I was going to say the mines do not get to fire. But at first it looked as though one of them would burrow up and take a shot. As our Marines and our Medevacs continuing to gather here. Well, we're going to set up towards the top side. We have melee upgrades and the Groove Spines continuing in. Infestation Pit, Hydralisks all producing as well. Bane continues to settle just up on the high ground. Marine's going to take a step forward. Queen's taking some damage. Loading up immediately, and the Medevacs will play the evacuation game, but I do think so far Solar is doing a very good job of keeping this ByuN army pinned back and at bay a little bit. Defense has been great through the early stages. Now about to equalize the upgrades, and ByuN did not start his 2-2 yet, even though he had a faster 1-1. That is potential for Solar to take a lead on upgrades as well. Who is going to start 2-2 upgrades first? ByuN starts armor, Solar starts both. If ByuN goes to his attack upgrade now, it's going to be pretty even then. But yeah, nice for Solar to get to catch up there, because that's something which was not necessarily a guarantee at first. One thing Solar is going to struggle with is the creep spread on this right-hand side. Look, the Queen's on that Medevac getting it low already. But yeah, the lack of creep spread in front of this space is maybe the biggest issue that Solar faces right now. Delays the fourth as he gets the Ling there to pick off an SCV. The little Ling plays from Solar are so far succeeding in massive ways. Marines, Widowmines, and Medevacs continue to move to the upper left-hand corner. Widowmines burrowing up, creep tumors going down. We will see the rest of the Lings coming back on the left as well. Just going to be seeing our Widowmines. Still getting some shots. The Marine's going to load back into the Medevacs. They pull back down to the bottom right side. Ling, Bane, Hydra continues up. The Queens gather together also. And the look then building here from Solar. Vipers will be producing our 2-2 melee upgrades. Our adrenal glands continuing up. The Viper coming in. The Hydra's coming on. The 10 drones coming up as well. I'm just going to see our army, Marines, Medevacs, and Widowmines coming out around the right. Creep team is going down again. Going to find a Queen that was kind of out in the open here as well. Not a bad set of catches. We have a few more shots coming out. Creep team is still going in. Seismic Spines coming up. 2-2 melee upgrades and adrenal glands building as well. Marines, Widowmines, Medevacs continue to move about here, pulling back down to the south a little bit. A few Lings already attaching themselves to this set of rocks on the left side. Obviously, Solar, oftentimes Solar is kind of like hanging on for dear life as he tries to get to lurkers. In this game, he's going to extremely comfortably get to lurkers. That has me worried for ByuN because, like I say, usually Solar is really clinging on by a thread, and he just about gets lurkers, and he can turn games around. Him getting to lurkers so freely, I mean, kind of says that ByuN has to put some work in right now. As Ling Bang going to step up first, Widowmine shots. Going to go on a couple of those. Good split forwards from the Lings, making sure that the Widowmines are not doing too much damage. The next Widowmine too far off to the left and bottom side. Still chasing, but he doesn't really need to go too far. Obviously, again, switch to lurkers available shortly. Nidus Network starting up as well as we begin that harassment. The Hydra Bane tries to play defense on the right side, and for now at least, we'll step back and forth with those Medivacs and Marines. Coming into the right, the Medivacs lift up, peeling away to the right side. Maya will step forward. A couple of Queens will be taking some shots. The Queen's going to have to keep stepping away there. Now the Lingbane Hydra going to flood on through once again. A couple of shots continue to come about. 33 upgrades, cloaking, and the concussive shells on the way up also. I don't mind trying to go after that Viper as you just have the Medivacs getting pushed away to the left. The right-hand side, the Ling Bane going to start coming through. Does he do Widowmine shot? Let's wrap around that first little group of units. That Ghost as well will be on its own and abandoned. Banes will reach the mineral line. ByuN forced to turn back home as the Banes crash forward. They actually blow up a depot in the refinery. Not as exciting as I thought. I thought we'd maybe focus that a bit more on the SCVs, but we do kill a command center with a few Hydralisks, and Solar pulls ByuN back, gets rid of a base. Don't love that these Hydras walked forwards after killing the base. I mean, they had no reason to step forward there. As now the Lingbane Hydra pulls back over to the left-hand side and relocate itself as this Medivac Parasite bombed is not going to get much out. A single Marine. Man, everywhere you look, Solar is winning fights and trades and all sorts. That is going to be one of the first things that does not go well for Solar. A couple of Widowmine shots that are not in his favor. As we're going to run up this ramp, maybe a little bit too much bio to roll into. Off creep after losing a few units to the Widowmines. You can see the Ghost going to try and snipe up though, and we're going to turn back into this again. Still just a wave of Ling Bane. Oh, that's a good first Widowmine shot there. Widowmines in general just connecting nicely. And again, tough to really get the Banes on top of the bio when there's just so much of them. Nidus in the main base will not come online. Well, it does, but for the slightest of seconds. Solar steps back. Still has the threat of switching into lurkers at any point. There it is. 8 lurkers start up right now. So he's actually going to add those on. Has not needed to add them before now as ByuN replaces that 5th base with a new command center. Gets that out and into location in the next few moments. A couple of SCVs transferring along. And our Baneling is going to start rolling down to the bottom side. Here, opportunity to dive in toward this planetary fortress. Bit of bio in the center still hanging around. Bane's connecting. Cryptium is starting to be cleared out as well. +3 melee, +2 missiles. Both are building up. Nice on the far right gets going as well. Here we go. Ling Bane stepping up. Widowmine shot going to get a few Lings. Solar going to start splitting his units a couple different directions. Again, the Widowmines are hitting well the last few moments. Last couple of fights, they've been extremely good in comparison to what they've been doing before. That Nidus comes up on the side. It's the 5th base. It's going to be in trouble again as the Lurkers burrow right onto it. Now a Nidus into the natural. A couple of Ghosts going to get there to defend, but no defense on this 5th. And at the same time, Solar rolls into the 4th base, and with fireworks in the form of Banelings, it's going to be taken down. So 2 bases at once. Nidus in the high ground. A couple of Lurkers actually get out, and they will start a fight against the Ghost that's here. Another Nidus coming up. We are going to scan, but one of those Ghosts goes down. The second will never get another snipe off now, and that's going to be enough for this Nidus network to get online, I believe. Widowmine, 2 more Ghosts. Well, the Ghosts are going to try and go after the Nidus, but the Nidus will unload the Lurkers. They will burrow, and we are going to see damage being done here as SCVs are going to pull in with the Bioforce. And there's quite a lot of bio pulling into this position, but at the same time, you know it's Solar is elsewhere. He's pushing at the front, and now it's the 3rd base of ByuN that is under fire. Solar is just rapid firing his way through this game, base after base, shot after shot. He played a very comfortable mid-game, and that is the power of Solar. You give him a mid-game without issue, and he is just going to be so good at this stage. He was everywhere. He was all over ByuN. This was not a contest as Solar takes game 1 of this best of 3. So Solar's going to grab the first game of this series. We head into game 2 in a couple of moments. Get that ready to go in this quarter-final action and set this up. V Wintermute, thank you so much for the 49-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to Dynasty for map 2 here, guys. Get this one underway in just a moment. As Solar takes game number 1. A Zerg representative that's in the round of 8. Potentially looks to go into the round of 4 if you can win another map in this series. Clem did beat Trap. He's in the semifinals. Max Pax beat Classic. He's in the semifinals. That is the way of things at the moment as Dynasty lines up, and we're going to get this underway. Bottom left-hand corner, down a game is going to be the blue Terran player. This is from the Shopify Rebellion, ByuN. Top right corner of the map, our red Zerg player taking the first game. See what he's got in store for us on Dynasty. This is Solar. ByuN is going to build a barracks a bit away from the ramp there. Interesting choice. My only idea of this is that this Overlord sees no barracks, feels safe enough to move into the main, gets killed by a Marine. Very interesting start. Solar's not on Vitality anymore. No, Solar is teamless. His Vitality contract ended, and he said he's looking for a new team for what is obviously, hopefully, a new season of the eSports World Cup circuit. So, yeah. Overlord continuing down to the bottom left-hand side. We do have ourselves the Reaper and the Orbital coming up. The Hatch, Gas, and Pool coming online as well. Bringing a lot of this in right now. CC, Orbital coming through. Reaper is going to be coming about as well. As that Overlord of Solar gets down to the south and moving into this location. Seeing what's up over the next few minutes. In the end, that Rax doesn't end up doing anything exciting either. Just a Reaper into Reactor. Second barracks on the way early though, and ByuN maybe looking for some 2-1-1 action. Take control of the second game of this series and try to fight back in the best of 3. Pull our Reaper across the map. Grenade goes down. Drone's going to get blasted about a little bit. A few shots coming around here and there. A couple of lings coming through still. And the Reaper is going to start making its great escape. Queen locking onto said Reaper as well. Pushing that away over to the side. Creep Teamer is going to go down also. Queen step up. Reaper's push back. Factory on the way up here from ByuN as well. The Orbital Command is building on the natural too. This Overlord. Back to the far left. Now see a little Reaper going, dropping down a grenade, popping the Queens around for a few moments. So Reaper still moves about. Just going to be seen again. The Stimpak on the way up. The Roach-Drone building from Solar. Back of that natural. And again, the Overlord of Solar looking to press forward as well. So looking to keep bringing this through. Craft coming up from the factory. Starport will be building right there as well. Reaper is going to step up, and already a drone taking a few shots of damage. Another couple of shots coming about as we have the Reaper now up to the high ground. Queen here is going to be able to fire some hits. Reaper going to get low, just about being chased away. Again, Roaches, Extractor continue to come up for now. Have a gold base mining up as well. Out on the go is the Reaper of ByuN. Comes back across and we'll hop back in. Sees no gold. So they're able to maintain pretty good information gathering throughout this so far. Is coming up as well here from Solar. Again, a few Overlords building, Roach and a Queen in production. Siege tank, Medivacs, all continuing through. Those couple of Medivacs are going to get on the go as well, so they're going to start boosting across to the other side. Get ready to jump up onto those Marines and the Reaper and gather those in. Launch in toward that far right side and try and take down some drones or so. Marines, Medivacs, the Reaper heading down the bottom right. We've got a little bit of creep stepping forwards. We're going to scan up and take down our first, second creep teamer right away. Roaches and Queens are going to step forward toward that as well. ByuN going to get turned around as we load back up. Backing away from this here, the Roaches get a few more shots off. Still have Roach speed producing with the Overseer on the way out. Both these Medivacs can actually boost in toward the main base. So far, Solar's defense, he was fine, but this is going to be a testing moment because he does not have link speed. He's on Roaches, and this is where mobility of ByuN can absolutely hurt Solar. As he starts to lose a lot of drones, the drones realize that the best way out of this is just to run through the Marines. That's obviously never a great time if you're having to run through your opponent's damage dealers. And that is 12 drones going down. Massive catch from ByuN, and really just comes from him figuring out, hey, Solar, you're not playing link speed, you're going to be a bit more, Roach focused here, so you're going to be a little bit less mobile. Let me try and take advantage of the fact that you're not going to have the mobility that I may be used to having, and let's just go and drop around. I force the Roaches to be out over here playing cleanup initially, and then I lift up, I go to the main, and obviously nets himself 12 drones from there. So ByuN with a great combination play. And Solar now just Hydrogen, Hive on the way up, potentially even thinking just go to Lurkers again already. Roaches and Queens will move back up. Hatchery looking to get into position there shortly. Are both of the semi-finals streamed, or is it just one series? We usually do both semis. We usually do both semi-finals one by one. I would like to do that today as well, unless the players seem particularly disgruntled about it. Most of the time, they're pretty okay with doing both semi-finals. As a few Marines will unload back into the center of the map. Medivacs overhead, the Reaper stepping up. Speed is starting as well, as so we'll look towards transitions later in this game. But now we'll just be focusing on the Lurker Den coming through and getting to Lurkers. As you get to Lurkers here as Solar, this obviously becomes kind of interesting because you're going to get to Lurkers, you're not going to have really support for those Lurkers immediately, but then you are going to get into Link speed and you can have the Lings that can start getting in front, and so this is all going to be done off of nowhere near the same position as last time. Last time it was super comfortable, super cozy for Solar. This time anything but. Damage being taken, fourth base getting cancelled again. Continuing to have to rotate units into position against this drop into the main base. ByuN will not get greedy either. He's just going to take the couple of creep teamers that are on offer, so no greed at all here on the side of ByuN. Just little bits of chip damage. That's good for Solar because he gets a chance to maybe get Lurkers up and into play, but it's also very responsible, and I think the correct play from ByuN is just making sure not to let this get too out of hand or anything of the sorts. The Marines dropping back down. We'll turn those back onto this set of rocks. Rocks will be taking some damage. A couple of tanks coming over. Rocks will fall. Marine tank pressing up. Going to continue over that far right hand side. A couple of tanks will be sieging. Marines are going to be there. A couple of Roaches taking some shots. Queen goes down as well. Hatchery gonna be in some trouble. A couple Lings still getting picked away at. The Lurkers will be burrowing. Still hitting, and he's still taking damage. And this Hatchery is going down again. I like this approach of just grabbing the tanks, and hey, with Lurker Viper, Solar can try to slowly make plays for himself. Gonna get another couple of abducts here, make it 3. And that's 4 tanks he's gotten rid of so far. ByuN once again unloads over towards the natural gold base of his opponent. Uses this as an entry in toward the main base. And Roaches, Hydras pull right back into that. Those Marines get chased away immediately. Into the bottom right side we go with this bit of bio. Going to jump onto this hatchery. That hatchery is going to go down. So once again, Solo is unable to... He will kill this, yes. Once again, Solo is unable to kind of get beyond 3 bases. He can't get up to 4 bases and stay there. So that's going to be extremely tough for him continuing through this. Going to be a big challenge as we continue by. Those couple medevacs moving across as we go. Getting back home to the bottom left. A few Marines will unload. Overlord just going to get knocked down. Refinery will come up. CC on the other side to enable this rich Vespene base coming online. Again, 2-2 missile upgrades coming up. The Lurkers are still coming through. Hydroling is on the way. Hatchery's building also. The medevacs are going to boost out as our Lings and Hydras will be getting there underneath those medevacs. The Viper overhead. Obviously trying to play the chase down. ByuN supply is not pretty. The fact that Solo's surviving on such a low base count is kind of incredible and looking so good while doing it as well. He's going to get over here. He's going to deny ByuN's 4th base. And now this Lurk behind the gold is going to make it difficult to mine from here as well. So that's an issue suddenly that ByuN has to contend with as well. More Lurkers are going to show up. There is a siege tank there, but we get close enough and that tank will not last very long. Single snipe gets rid of 1 Lurker. The tank gets rid of a 2nd. Again, it's just an annoying position that you have to deal with because if few SCVs go down, the Lings and Hydras are going to get a wrap onto this command center on the front. Blinding Cloud might have been really good here if he had the money for or the energy for it. I don't think he did. So the Abduct is understandable, but there's so many tanks. Actually getting a Blinding Cloud off would have just shut them down and maybe could have enabled you to keep pushing at the front a bit longer. These Lurkers are just slow pushing their way in because ByuN obviously had this gold mined out. Now there's access into the base. That's one of the negatives of taking the gold here on Dynasty is that the map becomes open and your base becomes exposed. We're actually going to lose the Ghost Academy here in a moment or two. That is going to go down. That will be needing to be replaced as a few Lurker shots will cancel some of the snipes. Not enough to save the Lurkers or anything as a Roach Ravager trying to come down here. That last Lurker burrows up out of reach of the scan. And hey, Roaches will take advantage of the choke point that the bio has to move back through. Taking advantage there. Orbital going to reposition. Hydra Lurker coming back over. Also, Adrenal Gland +2/+2. All of that on the way out. We're going to take a second here to stop and kill off this set of rocks to open up this space in the center. Sets up top side. A lot of units, yes. 50 supply lead from Solo, but it is still Roach-focused army, right? Well, not really. I guess Link Hydra Lurker now. Yeah, you're kind of tempted to kind of, you know, say that's a good army, but actually it really is. Once again over here, the position works against ByuN. Solo can't really capitalize, doesn't have enough Lurkers to stop units running through. The tanks are all placed very defensively. This is where the Vipers can absolutely have a great time abducting a couple of tanks, but that first Viper there walks into the Ghosts. That was the last Viper on the field. I would not mind seeing some more being made, but actually Solo's already on it. He's building some. Just because I think, again, that tank line is very exposed to just a couple of abducts. That would be fantastic. Get some of those abducts off and potentially see what might happen there as the Bio Ghost pulls back over to the left. Couple Marines go down. The Lurkers are stepping forwards. They're going to get burrowed. Lings in the front going to chase those Ghosts. The tank shot's still firing. Trying to run in here again, cancelling up some of these Ghost snipes. Obviously, snipes are an issue as Solo finally just, once he got the 4th up, got a 5th, now a 6th. You know, now he's really exploding in terms of, you know, bases on the map and economy available to him. This CC tries to land but doesn't get very far. At least ByuN is getting this base online, question mark. It's a super low orbital at the moment. So I might be going again in just a second and trying to break this. But I mean, honestly, if he takes a fight and gets rid of this base and ByuN does not have a 4th, I mean, then he'd be relocating one of his main bases to come and deal with this. It's going to die, no? I'm just going to get here. Ling's going to get some shots off on it. What do? We target the base. We back away. Let the Lurkers cover your step-back retreat. Where are the Vipers at? We just built 2 new ones. They are just finishing gathering full energy off of the hive in the main base, so they're going to be ready to go in a couple of moments. And like I say, they've obviously got a potentially huge role to play, taking down that tank army. Even just blending, clouding the, you know, Bioforce in the frontier could be huge. Patch top left coming around. Another look gets picked off. SCVs are going to be hurting as well. Concussive shells coming up, the extra ghosts coming through, sensor tower starting, refineries building, orbital commands starting up on this forward base as well. We're going to see another sensor tower going to get out the front. Again, the concussive shell is not far from being done. The refinery is still producing. Lurkers, Hydra's Banes. It's going to step forward here as the Ling's going to come wrapping around. We do see a couple of Lurkers already getting grabbed. The Blinding Cloud's going to expire. The few Banes are still going to try and roll forward here as well. The Hydras, it's scary because obviously they get sniped on the way out, but you kind of want to get, you felt like the Hydras could get in there and fight, but then if you retreat, you're taking free snipes, so that's kind of painful. Just on the bottom, by the way, from Solar. Even just using this Nidus as a way to accelerate a few units in towards the main, and that production line can be cool, but yeah, this being Lurk is popping out. I actually thought he was going to run like some Ling Bane into the main and maybe try and get on top of some of the tanks or so, but Lurk is popping out. Doesn't do much. Solar is running out of cash in the bank, so has to rely on the 91 drones, which is obviously fine for him. This game in general is fine for Solar as long as ByuN stays stuck on these 4 bases. If ByuN gets away toward 5 base, even then, that immediately becomes a much bigger issue. As yo, XEYCX, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for supporting the WardiTV Mondays and our tournaments in general on the stream. Thank you. Plus 2 melee and plus 3 missiles still coming up on the evolution chambers, so we are seeing the upgrades rolling in from Solar still. Proving to the very end. ByuN could have had 3-3 on the way at some point, but he's not had that, so 3-3 missing is going to be an issue. A lot of Lings rolling in here again, just looking tanks to get the Lurkers in position. The Ling Bane just going to roll in for economy, and I do not hate that at all. Knocking down the eco is going to keep ByuN from rebuilding easily, and that's going to be the sort of thing that keeps ByuN back in this matchup and enables Solar to take a big lead. If ByuN can't build, that naturally kind of becomes an issue, right? As Lurkers will get a few shots off, but the ghosts are nearby. We are going to start running the Lurkers away. Another Nidus top left. We're going to see the rest of the Ling Bane Hydra swinging around the top. These Lurkers end up burrowing again. There's a couple of snipes finally coming through. However, with the army up top, we are going to have the Ling Bane rolling through here. Only 4 SCVs this time. Not enough real power in that Zerg army. Solar is down to 4 Lurkers only. I wonder if he wants to re-add Lurkers or if he's very happy sitting on just Ling Bane Hydra. Then plus 3 missiles finishing shortly, so his army's getting better. Yeah, he wants more Lurkers. I was going to say, I just don't think this is the kind of army you're playing against where you want to just stick on Ling Bane Hydra again. I think you're kind of happy to just keep re-adding Lurkers. Again, needs to try and stop this 5th base. This is going to stretch ByuN out even thinner on the defense, but it's a necessary evil. He needs that base, he needs that mining. Resources lost is great for ByuN. That just doesn't matter if he's on 4 bases forever. Now Solar is already going to make sure that this base does not have a chance to land as Lurkers get into the natural. They won't last forever though. I mean, more of a distraction as we run in over here, and once more it's this base that's taking some shots. SCV's going down again. ByuN has been kind of on 30 SCVs or less for a little while now. As there we go. There's the Vipers abducting those tanks. Been talking about that for 5+ minutes. You finally see a couple of those high ground defensive tanks picked off. And ByuN doesn't only not establish the top left, he also loses the central base. A couple of Banes are getting in the mix here. They are going to get rid of some of the ghosts as well. ByuN less than 90 supply against the 180 of Solar. GG's. ByuN will lose. 0-2 against Solar here as Solar shows us how to play some Zerg. And that is going to be that. So it's going to be semi-finals now coming up, guys. We're going to go to NA. So we're going to get into Max Packs versus Hero first, and then we're going to swap on over to the Clem Solar semi-final afterward, guys. So we're going to get that on the way and kick off into this PvP in just a couple of moments. Game looked so good early for ByuN. It did, but went very wrong very quickly. Alright, let me invite everyone in here and get this ready to go, go, go. Frank Ducklin's still live. Yo, Aki27, thank you so much for the 2-year resub on the Prime. Resume the Ducklings are coming over. Perfect. 6 casters. Anyone else on the channel? Looks like they need to be in here. Don't think so. We're good. Alright, should be able to move very quickly straight into this PvP then, guys. Obviously coming off the quarterfinals, the other semi was already ready to go. Perfect. we'll say ready, and we'll get this PvP started up. So semifinals, like I say, now that we're done with all the and now that we're done with all of the kind of waiting around for other games to finish, we should just be able to go. Waiting for Hero to ready up. I think everyone's just tapped out. Oh, there we go. Hero's here as well. Perfect. Let's kick this off, guys. PvP semifinals as we head into Max Packs versus Hero. And this ready to go. Countdown begins. And our PvP starts here in the semifinals of today's WardiTV Mondays number 4. After this, we will have Clem versus Solar coming up. So that will get going. Once this PvP wraps, will Hero stop the run of Max Packs making the finals in this event? He's been in the finals back-to-back weeks, but lost both of them to Clem. Will Hero be the one to stop him in PvP? I would say Max Packs has had some shakier PvP recently than he's had in a long time. Let's see if that comes to factor in this one, as we have in the bottom right side, the blue Protoss. It is Max Packs. In the top left, our red Protoss player, the Korean representative here, is going to be Hero. Rocking that DKZ tag. DKZ still going as Weibo? I don't know if I ever saw an update on that, actually. Come to think of it. Let me do some investigating. No, it looks like they're still under Weibo. Alright. In one of this best of 3. As we get underway. And gate coming up, a couple of simulators coming through, probes are building. Just gonna have ourselves the first game of this, then settling into a low ground gateway from each. Obviously, it's side delta, you've got a ramp on that natural, so one gate expand from each would not be the craziest of things here, and that would obviously be Hero matching Max Packs in his own game. Max Packs throws Nexus down before Cybercore, whereas Hero will go Cybercore first. So there is a little bit of a difference there. Additional pylon from Hero too, so he's a little bit more macro-oriented on his build in terms of setting up tech and units. Max Packs is very much so hey, let's go and build up a freaking Nexus straight away, but it's actually 100 minerals late in building the Cybercore, so there's a little gap there, extended even more so against the core first, and that potentially could be some trouble further down the line as this probe pulls back to the natural. Cybercore coming on both sides, probe of Hero going to go hunting the probe of Max Packs for a few moments. And probe's going to come in and nibble. Sentry in the warp gate continuing out. Stargate about to come down here from Max Packs as well. We get that on the go. That will be Chrono boosting. Then the Sentry going to nibble out the probe. That's in the base. They're just going to get rid of that scouting. That will be dealt with for the moment. And see Hero's probe still actually across the map and looking for some info. A couple of moments as well. Stargate is coming up from Max Packs. Hero's going to go straight to the Twilight Council. These two look to move away from one another in terms of the builds, despite the one gateway each. Both going to explore different lines of opportunity going into this next few moments. 3 minutes deep, and our first Oracle will start as the Twilight finishes. Definitely expecting this just to be straight into Blink. This Adept is finally going to play the cleanup. Hit the shade onto that probe. And that will be the scouting probe fully dealt with. Pulling the probe back is smart from Hero in toward the base of MaxPax. Means that that adept is going to be a little further away from his own base, so it's a little bit more time you buy to set up a defense or get another stalker out and just find a bit of a better answer to this adept initially, as the hallucination from Hero will look to provide him information. There's already a second adept over here actually, so MaxPax will now have 2 adepts, but a full wall off from Hero is going to let that battery finish just to complete the wall, and the Stalkers can start dealing with this. However, the Stalkers also need to be careful of the Oracle. A Sentry going to try and intercept the Oracle as it moves in, plus the Stalkers too. Great positioning from Hero, and he is going to deflect and defend from that Oracle right away. Really good defense there, actually, as Hallucination sees Oracle 2 coming across the map. Oh, Oracle got into the main base, but... Yep, Stalkers and the Sentry are there, so that doesn't go for anything just yet. Well, Blink is very far along from Hero. It's going to be a serious advantage if this Oracle cannot find any shots. I think now is going to be the time we finally get damage done, though. Into the natural with Oracle 2, and this is where Hero is finally underprepared. And MaxPax will take a slight worker lead as he kills 3 probes. But yeah, finally catching Hero not quite ready for something. And because Hero is a little bit back in defending the Oracles, MaxPax tries to take advantage and takes his 3rd base on location right away now. And Hero finishes Blink, though. You'd imagine he wants to try and get across the map and make something of this. There's going to be a timing period where Hero's going to have Blink and MaxPax will not, and that's going to be a very difficult defense for MaxPax. It's going to be incredibly tough for him. Blink is about to complete. Just going to get that wrapped up. You know, Immortal coming about, our Nexus coming through. Again, Blink on the other side as well, setting up here as our Stalkers. Going to continue to come about for just a moment. Just going to have ourselves the Robo Facility and Forge continuing up. Again, trying to keep those Oracles pinned back. Here we're going to take his own 3rd now. In the end, doesn't look as though he's going to try and do too much with the Blink timing here. Going to have ourselves the extra Stalkers continuing through the center as well. Out, gonna hit that Stalker for a moment. The Immortal and other Stalkers gather back up. Stalker gonna get grabbed. Hero will lose that Stalker. Now the Sentry in the front gonna take some shots as well. The Immortal also taking some damage. A few more hits coming about. Steps get in at the same time from MaxPax as he looks to deal damage here. Hero's already down on workers. Now he's gonna be even further behind. And now MaxPax finishes Blink. Incredible. He opened the Stargate. He had the later Blink, and man, he made it work. Again, just it didn't feel like those Oracles were doing anything at first, but eventually some get through for some damage, and you're on the faster 3rd base. And the next thing you know, you've bought enough time to get Blink finished up. Incredible. You have our probes then continue to move forward. Stalkers and the Immortal setting up. The other few Stalkers coming about as well. +1 attack and charge coming through. The Observer continues in. Find ourselves a couple Oracles up on the top. So do you have our Dark Shrine still building as well. It's going to have our Stalkers going to get there. Steps will continue to deal some damage. 4 or 5 workers going down immediately pretty much. So quite a bit of damage there. And the Oracles come back over. They're going to activate onto some of those probes. Stalkers blink up. Going to get rid of 1 Oracle. Oracle getting shoved away, and again the Dark Shrine and the Nexus continues to build into play as well. I mean, the Hero's Dark Shrine is further along. He's going to need that to do some damage. Obviously still down by a good chunk of workers, and that's starting to affect the army supply in this game also. Issues definitely continuing to be made. Stalkers get back over the left, gonna blink across. A couple of those Zealots already beginning to go down too. The Stalkers gonna blink up. Stalkers will be firing. Zealots, Immortal, and a Sentry coming over as well. Also drops into position. A couple of Stalkers on the left side actually gonna get caught by MaxPax. Hero getting the better end of this fight. He is going to evacuate MaxPax that Immortal with the Prism, but you'll also lose an Observer here. Not great when you're pending the Prism or the DT harass, right? Dark Shrine is available, however, Oracle flies into the main. Apparently that's enough to force a recall of Stalkers. Oracle will take some shield losses, but no real health damage being done. Stick around for the moment as the rest of the Stalker Immortal Sentry pulls back up the left here. Well, Stalker's still moving, a couple sentries coming up, +2 attack and Shadow Stride building as well, gateways and cannons. Reducing on forwards, units of MaxPax will step up a little bit, a few Stalkers already stepping to the front. MaxPax already taking that 4th base. What I like about this is that while MaxPax's thing still has a couple of edges, I think it's not enough for him to kind of do much with, and I think Hero has a good chance of forcing this into a later stage of the game. That DT gonna get seen. What a catch that was by MaxPax. Spotting that out in the corner of his vision, I imagine. That was not an obvious one. However, does mean he's out of position on the right side, and the 5th base gets cancelled, so Hero does find a little win there. We'll cancel a pylon too. Couple probes going down across the map, as I imagine that's the Prism harassment getting home. The Stalkers begin to leave, as MaxPax will re-establish the 5th very shortly. I say Hero's playing a dangerous game. Kiting those Zealots is cute and all, but you're giving the Stalkers a chance to play catch-up. If the Stalkers play catch-up, then that is definitely a problem as well. So the Stalker just going to continue over. It's going to be seeing the Observer moving back through, the Robo Bay and the Robo Facility coming up as well. Couple of batteries healing up there, the Immortals and the Sentries coming around, Stalkers gathering in. These Zealots continue to get going, we just have ourselves the Stalker Zealots. They're coming about again, a few shots coming off, the Observer's going to get picked off as well. And the Observer catches are nice, because Observers are becoming a key factor when DTs are available on both sides. Protection will have a big role to play in this game. Doesn't the DT come about for a moment? It's going to see the little recall coming through. And it's just going to be seeing if unit's going to get brought back. And we're getting close to the point of maxing out here. Bay going to actually be denied pretty much as the first couple of disruptors go down immediately here, so damage being done. We see now unit's going to come about. Actually, Hero going to get a little surrounded playing this defense as well. It's going to get a little bit complicated right away there. A couple of issues abound. Just going to be seeing the Immortals continue to fight. Stalkers coming through. Going to be seeing the Zealot Stalkers and Immortals continue to come by. Just going to be seeing the DT in the main base. Hero losing a lot of workers, but he does turn it around on the army. Does get a little bit more done there as well. Stalkers continue to shoot on the other Stalkers taking damage. I mean, Hero gets a really good pushback against MaxPax. MaxPax will have a DT over there, going to try and cause chaos, make Hero turn back home and look back on the defense. You have a +3 attack coming through now on the side of Hero as well. Oh, Hero actually going to start losing Immortals. That would be really bad. Disruptor shot could be big here, though. Comes through, and MaxPax didn't see it coming, so he walks directly into that Disruptor. Big hits, but we're still chasing down these Immortals. Hero's going to try and turn this into a fight. Zealots are moments late to the war. With the Zealots and Stalkers gathering back up, the Immortal goes down for MaxPax. Hero up about 20 supply. This top right base coming online as well is a big deal, big positive. Now just having and +3 attack, Disruptor on the way. The Nexus armament, more Stalkers from MaxPax. Obviously very Zealot heavy here from Hero. He's on 25 Zealots, whereas his opponent only has the 10. Love these gateways. That obviously will do a lot when you're kind of up against a higher zealot count. It's interesting because these fights will really just be determined by where they happen almost because of how the zealots work. The zealots super tanky. We're actually going to target fire down this base. Let the zealots do their work, tanky and able to take out a nexus just like that. Stalkers blink forward. Zealots coming through as well. Again, +3 attack is about to finish on the side of Hero. 5 more probes still coming up. Top right side, we're going to come through there. That's a nexus cancelled. Base going down. Couple more shots. Zealot Stalker still going up the left-hand side. Disruptors coming up. More Zealots coming in. Zealot Stalker still getting chased away here by Hero as well. Observers just regathering. Extra Zealots coming over. Just going to see them charging forward. Zealot Stalker on the left, going to go and grab a couple of those Zealots as well. More damage being done. 7 Stalkers finishing on the side of Max Packs. Massive warp in from Hero. Obviously, this game is still very close. As supplies stay pretty similar. Hero is getting a little bit of an edge in terms of work account now, which means he can rebuild off of this a little bit more easily. DT is involved on both sides here. The Disruptor tries to find something. It wants a couple units away, but not much more than that at the moment. 15 minutes DP on site. Delta, the Disruptor from the top, is blinked away from last second. Few Zealots trailing freely through this, and we have ourselves Hero turning to clean up those Zealots as well. Game will settle as Hero's about a max. Zealots on this side being turned away by DT, figuring out where to go, but he's going to run into Stalkers again, so Max Packs gets a shutdown. And now seeing that little bit of a worker and base lead from Hero coming into play. Mineral from the bank. A little bit of gas continuing to stack as well, just here and there. So DT going to run by on the other side, going to go for the cannon. Battery is not able to save that with the overcharge even, so that's going to be an issue here. As now we need to figure out defense back at home, which involves detection. Disruptor shots here, trying to go after the DTs that have blinked forwards as Hero is stumbling against the Dark Templars of his opponent. I think he's dealt with most of them for now. He actually has 4 observers in this army. He needs something back on his natural, though. This is terrible. He's losing his Dark Shrine as well already, which is obviously a major issue. Gets a Disruptor sniped. He blinks forwards, trying to take this aggressive fight. But this attack of Max Packs is one that's gone unchecked. And with that attack going unchecked, that might be enough to actually swing this game, honestly. I mean, now we're going to turn this onto this base over here, and we still don't really have an answer to this. Finally, a couple of units are going to show back up from Hero, and finally, I think we're going to push this away. Major damage done as Max Packs does lose 1 base left side. Still sitting 5 bases total. We're going to see Hero going forward with these Stalkers, but we'll lose some in the process of this blink. He's trying to reestablish a forward base as well. Would be a massive gain for him. Stalkers are running, DTs are swiping. Hero continues to move the Zealot Disruptor about. Now we got some Zealot Stalk on the right side, maybe thinking about a push in toward the Nexus. Stalkers around the bottom continue to gather up. We are almost maxed out here between Hero, Max Packs. Once again, despite all the chaos, I tell you that I guess one of my concerns now is obviously that Natural is very barren of defense, so that's a very easy point to pick apart and do some damage on. So that's just going to be jumping onto the rest of those Zealots. We continue to press forward. So Stalker taking some shots. That Disruptor shot's going to land. Hero with a lot of stuff here, and Max Packs coming in from the other side. Wants to try and jump onto some of the tech units. We'll have to blink away though. Starting to lose bases, and this is Max Packs unfortunately not maintaining the advantage he just created with that damage on the other side. It's a little awkward from Hero. He's got to figure a way out of this, but these Disruptors are going to get jumped on. There's no defending this. The blink forward was dangerous, but it does benefit. You kill every single Disruptor. However, 1 did go off. Some of those Stalkers go down overall. Max Packs is down about 60 supply here currently. So let's blink up again. A couple of Zealots continue to get chased about. DT being chased backward also. Stalker Disruptor coming forward once more. The Stalkers and Max Packs taking damage, getting pushed away. Max Packs just doesn't have enough to stay in this. He's going to end up typing GG's. His Hero wins this absolute arm wrestler of a game. I mean, this was back, forth, stuck in the middle. Felt like Max Packs was maybe doing enough with that little counterattack there to maybe make it his. Hero pulling off a base in that top right-hand side to help him out as well. Fantastic game number 1 here between MaxPax and Heroes. We set up for game number 2 in this semi-final. Let's hope game 2 is as good as this game 1. And then after this, Clem and Solar are waiting in the second semi-final, guys. So that's going to be semi-final 2 coming up once MaxPax and Hero are going to be done. So, and we've got this semi-final, that best of 3, and then obviously the finals best of 5 to come today. That's where we sit and stand in WardiTV Mondays number 6. This event has been getting more and more stacked each week, I feel like. The player list has been looking amazing the last couple of weeks, especially since Mondays 4. I was doing my YouTube uploads, and I got to the day where we obviously casted WardiTV Monday number 4, September 30th, and my goodness, I was like looking through this VOD, and I was like, man, every single one of these series was amazing. And so I ended up kind of getting stuck a few days in a row just uploading matches from that event because it was so good. Actually in the very good position once again where the YouTube is going to be on a bit of an upload backlog simply for the fact there's been a lot of good games happening lately. And that's always a good problem to have. But yeah, great to see a lot of people getting involved in this event. As in the bottom left, our blue Protoss player down a map in this best of 3, it is MaxPax. Taking on the red Protoss in the top left-hand corner of the map, and up a game in the series, it is Hero. If you guys are enjoying the tournament and the other events that we're covering and casting, do consider supporting the channel. You can like the video if you're watching live on YouTube today, or you can subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. You can obviously do the same here on Twitch by following the channel, and also all the paid options to support. Well, you can actually subscribe for free on Twitch with Twitch Prime. That obviously helps us out massively. And obviously you can do all the usual subscribing, donating, regular subscribing. On YouTube, you can become a YouTube member or super chat if you would like to support further and help us to continue to fund these tournaments and continue to give you guys more live content on a fairly regular or daily basis. Always appreciated. Probes doing about Cybercore's coming up. Proby, gonna nibble at the Proby. Another map of the Rampier and Amphion, so kind of fun because it means that we are going to see both sides of this going into that fast expansion. Stargate for MaxPax before we expand. Probe's nibbling, another probe taking some damage. Stargate coming up, Adept in the warp gate coming through. Zealot steps forward, the Adept will hit back onto the Zealot for a moment or so. Wow, we're actually going to cancel the Nexus here because we're going to take this threat of the pylon and the batteries extremely seriously. The probe's pulling, trying to get the kill on this before this is too much of an issue, before other units arrive. Batteries going to be able to heal each other up in a moment or so as the Adept shows up. I don't think this is really all that scary. Got your own battery as well. Sorry, that's not your own battery. That's another battery of MaxPax on the top. Kind of wild to cancel the Nexus, their hero. I mean, this is going to settle the game down. I mean, this is interesting because actually MaxPax is on his way to Warp Gate and Hero is not. Otherwise, this is then a Phoenix versus Phoenix game. Phoenix still coming about. The Twilight Council coming through shortly. And it's going to hit each other there. Oh, the battery healing. Because MaxPax has a battery that heals the Phoenix for a moment, and that gives him a little advantage. Probe's pulling, trying to deal with this Adept as well. Hero having issues as this is getting a little bit out of hand. Little Adept's going to try and shit onto this single Adept, and then it's going to be able to start getting damage done. But those batteries, we put so much investment into trying to deal with those batteries, and in the end, what are they? They're still there, right? They're still right there. Powered up, doing a bit of healing on your opponent's side of the map. We try to kill them and we do not, and I think that's a mistake made from Hero, who is going to try already to switch out of the Stargate and into the Blink. I mean, MaxPax is on his way to a robo facility in Nexus. He's going to be extremely safe by the time any amount of Blink Stalkers can gather up. So, yeah, this is looking very good for MaxPax. I think this one's already gone wrong for Hero, unfortunately. As I think he's going to dive through and see what we can do. Super Battery. Finishing shortly. Void Ray building. The Phoenix going to come in, lift up a Stalker here. Just going to say GG. This one really is done. MaxPax with a little pylon battery rush is absolutely going to make this game his. And that's going to tie us up 1-1. And just like that, we're going to game 3. I mean, yeah, that's one of those little games where MaxPax does things a little differently to other people. And if you're not ready and prepared against it, you're going to have issues. For MaxPax to host up our third and final map of this series. And then again, we're going to go into Clem solo to follow this up in the second semi-final, guys. Alright, let's jump into this. Countdown's done. We're heading in. It's going to be Ghost River. Decide this series. PvP, best of 3, going the distance here. We get into one final map between these two. Who will get to the finals? Is MaxPax going to be there for a third week in a row? Is Hero going to make an appearance in the finals? That would be lovely. As we have got in the top right-hand corner, the blue Protoss player. Tying it up with the aggression in that previous game. This is MaxPax. Map without a ramp now as well, which invites the question of what we kind of expect to see on this one. Should be very different to the expansions we've been seeing previously from at least Hero, you would expect, as it is Hero, the red Protoss in the top left corner of Ghost River. Drop a gateway in, probes coming up. Again, gates coming about, simulators are building. Having our probes coming through as well. Let's just see our pylon on the way in here from MaxPax. This is the Cybercore drop from pylon in the simulator. You can see the probe nibbling at the other probe. And Cybercore's building Zealot each. Single gate from Hero. Looks like we might still get 1 gate versus 1 gate expansions here. Might get some proper Phoenix versus Phoenix. So chases, probe gets up to the high ground, just going to have ourselves another probe coming back around. Stargate building depth on the way. Bring this through. And this balance continue to bounce, so I'm going to continue to fire. Depth going to pop in a moment. Stargate on both sides, Nexus on both sides, mirrored build orders currently. As we get into Stargate versus Stargate, Phoenix versus Phoenix. Exciting times coming in right here. Captain the Zealot, going to go after the Zealot. It's going to be there, going to turn back around, going to start trying to deal some damage. Shots coming through. Adept's going to go shading about. Phoenix is still going to get recalled. Obviously, the Adepts do not become as much of a factor once the Phoenix are on the map. Sometimes you can use them to try and bait a lift and then a wasted shot. Stuff like that, but... So we'll go fight in the pylon. Damage being done. We got a little lift off again, so again a bit more damage being dealt here. The couple of Adepts moving through the probes. Going to be in some trouble next few moments. Phoenix back up around the top for a couple of moments as well. Just going to jump onto the Adept. Now the chance to lift up is going to be nice. Obviously, the Adepts in the middle line are scary, and you can see exactly what we're trying to do here as Hero, try and take the advantage. He goes down to Phoenix there for a moment. He gets his other Phoenix showing up. Oh, the damage is spread all over the place. Isn't good enough, though. I think Hero's leading just about. He will finish off one more Phoenix. No, it's going to be MaxPax, who's like a hit ahead. But there's an Adept still here, killing 9 probes, 10 probes. Need another Phoenix to show up to help with that, and that is exactly why. You know what? That is kind of wild. As a couple Phoenix continue up. The Adept and the Phoenix continuing in. A couple more Phoenix coming through as well. More Phoenix continue about. It's going to be seen as Stargate still coming up. Extra probes coming in as well from Hero and MaxPax. But obviously, Hero just maintains a little bit of a worker lead. What's the Phoenix count at? 5 to 6, favoring MaxPax. Coming across the map aggressively. Hero gets stacked. He does not get the first shot off, though, and Hero loses a Phoenix there. That is the power of that MaxPax micro that has been so good for him constantly in PvP battles and Phoenix versus Phoenix that allows him to overwhelm these situations. And that little bit of micro difference is going to cost Hero probably the game, because now he's going to lose a ton of probes, and MaxPax is going to take the lead. You just can't shoot second in the Phoenix Wars. Okay, Adepts across the map, though. But the problem is, how do you ever catch up on the Phoenix count now? You just don't. You never catch up on the Phoenix count. This Phoenix here gets caught immediately. I mean, you're just completely checkmated. You got to stop building Phoenix, surely. Phoenix defensively now, lifting up. Yeah, it doesn't matter if those Adepts across the map. The Phoenix count is everything in this matchup, and that Phoenix count has been reset to 0 for Hero. MaxPax is going to advance through to the finals today. Oh, man. Okay, Hero has a couple of Phoenix out on the map. Going to try and make something of this. It's just, yeah, you can see the idea. He's trying to bait these Phoenix away and so on, but... Cool ideas. I mean, like I say, the worker count's even as well, so these Phoenix will just continue to pick off probes every now and again. Gonna jump on another Phoenix as it spawns. You just can't get out of this situation. This is too far gone already. I'm just gonna shoot. The Phoenix gonna get chased. She is called. And that's gonna be MaxPax taking it 2-1 over Hero in this best of 3. It all falls apart for Hero after a great first game. We kind of get the typical PvP experience, I feel like, for games 2 and 3. And MaxPax is going to advance on through. Alright. Clem Solo, we can go. I will give them the notification as we get ready for some TVZ in this second semi-final. It's going to be Oceanborn for our first map, then Post-Youth, then Alcyone. Vetoes were already done for these guys. We're going to go pretty much no delay into this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Missing a caster. There we go, 6. Alright. Ready to go. We're good to go. All right, let's go into the TVZ, guys. Second semi-final here between Clem and Solar. Coming up, Terran versus Zerg action coming through. We get this ready to begin. Thank you for joining us today, of course, as we get our Monday Cup into the second semi. Bottom right-hand corner of the map is going to be the red Terran in this second semi-final of the day. In the bottom right, Team Liquid's Clem. Top left, the blue Zerg looked so good against ByuN. Can he turn that into some action here in the semi-finals? Try and give us a different finals lineup today than we've had the last couple of weeks. Solar in the top left. All TVZ time. As we get through the PvP, MaxPax waits in the finals for whoever advances out of this series once again. Has not been stopped on his trek over to that finals. Hatch Gas and Pool coming in. Barracks will begin. Set up for the moment. Oh, drone moving about. Getting settled in. Obviously, SCV being a bit annoying. Going to try and block the third location here. This is WardiTV Mondays. Again, edition number 6, semi-final number 2. Great to be back once again with you guys. Getting $400 every Monday thanks to OSC, Loco TV, Winter Gaming, and myself, Wardy and WardiTV. Will this be known as the Clem Weekly if he wins this week? I know we keep getting Clem Max Stocks in the finals, but to be fair, we've also had some very fun matchups throughout the day as well. I feel like the tournament is just so stacked from like round 32 even. Round of 32 has some good games in it. Round of 16 has some great games in it. It's it really has turned out to be a great turnout that we keep getting in this event, so super happy about that. Thank you all of you guys obviously tuning in and enjoying the game with us as well. It's also very much so appreciated. See our starboard going to swap on over to attack lab there. It's just going to jump onto that right away to begin with. Obviously the factory building up a Hellion, but then the Banshee's on the way from Clem as well. So a little bit of Hellion Banshee to start us out. Something that Solar did not have to contend with throughout his earlier series, so yeah, I mean, something a little bit more of a test for Solar. Obviously Solar interesting to see again what sort of exact style he plays. I think typically Solar's plan is the same. Some sort of way of getting to lurkers. Like, maybe not the exact way you get there is the same, but the general plan of like, hey, I'm playing lurkers. You know that that's his style. You know he's so good when he gets to those lurkers. The problem is getting to those lurkers, and if there's anyone that can stop Solar getting to lurkers, because we said earlier, it's kind of amazing what he can do when he's not touched, but so often Solar is clinging on for dear life, and then he gets to those lurkers and he turns the game around, right? And it's amazing and we love it. And then I'm like, well, yeah, but if there's anyone that can just stop you from clinging on for dear life and just end the game anyways, it's Clem, right? Clem is the best at that, so it's going to be a tough challenge for Solar. You know, Clem's someone he has been able to beat in the past. You'd be crazy not to be saying that Clem is your favorite in this one. Is settle down. Factory, I'm gonna move over and start up a reactor. Just gonna get that ready as well. Nothing's coming across. Queens are gonna be there. A couple of Lings going to get jumped on. The Lings going down. The Queens continue to chase up. More Lings. The lair coming through. The Banshee is firing. A couple of drones are being picked at as well. Hellions continue to get into this main mineral line. This might not even get into the mid-game as these Hellions are absolutely deleting this drone line. 13 workers killed and counting. Only get to 14. The Hellions are still in pretty good shape. I mean, I know the Queens are going to try and zone them out. The Hellions can go for a shot into the low ground, perhaps. A couple of drones there go down. Banshee is still clipping away. Finally, Lings are showing up. Finally, Lings will be cleaning out. But Solar just lost 19 drones. Clem loses everything in the end. Banshee's deflected right now, but Solar can do nothing but drone back up, and that's going to be a massive hit to his income and a massive hit to his just general setup in this game right now. As he comes across the map, that's a full wall off. The Banshee is still clipping at the edges. Going to find another drone as well, just to add on a bit of extra pain for our Zerg. Crazy. Clem does this all the time against Solar. I feel like actually when I feel like Clem plays Solar, sometimes, I mean, sometimes they play great games, but then I'm thinking of him like, well, how often have we seen Clem just do this to Zergs as well? And like, I do feel like Solar is one of the Zergs, he's done it too. Just gets in with the Hellions, is able to make it chaotic super quickly and just outpositions him, outmoves him. And just ends up with so much damage done, obviously, is kind of wild. Banshee is gonna sit chilling to the top side for the moment still. Hanging about there for now. Feelings gathering back up. And ourselves the SCP coming through as well. Banshee still overhead. Tank is going to fire a shot off. Ling going down. Banshee going to go in after a couple of drones here. That Bane Nest, the Carapace upgrade continuing to build. We do have ourselves 7 more drones, 6 more Lings. All being produced. 1 upgrades and combat shield continue to build as well. So bringing that through as the double medevac heads to the top. So 14 Marines as they're not quite full medevacs, but still a sizable number. Gonna press forward here straight away. Gonna get to the front. Queens are gonna be there. Creep Tumors gonna absorb a couple of shots of damage as well. We are gonna see our Marines stepping onto the Queens. +1 attack, +1 combat shields. +1 armor, sorry, and then combat shields as well. All these upgrades finishing soon means that Clem's army is going to be powering up. Clem's starting to take a little bit of that supply advantage right now. 61 to the 46 army supply. That's just the working damage done early, starting to come into effect essentially. I'll start making this very one-sided in fact as Banshee moves away through the top. Medevac moves, couple tanks move over. Marines continue up the other side of the map. 2 Banelings are just going to morph. Our Creep Tumors are going to come in. And Claws is still coming through. The Medevacs and Marines keep on producing. Position here from Clem's already looking good with an upgrade lead. Position of the tanks already set up. Let's see if there's some magic in the engagement from Solar. He's going to have to take an incredible fight to dislodge Clem from this position, quite frankly. I do not think this is going to be easily done. I don't think there's going to be much hope of it happening either, to be honest, but I guess let's see. As our Marines step forward again, a couple of Banes going to come about as well. Tanks in position, Lings take shots. 2 upgrades still on the way through. Drilling Claws is going to be a part of this. That's about to finish up. Once again, our Marines stepping forwards and picking away at some Queens. And now dropping into the back of this natural. Start doing some damage as well. As those Lings take a few more hits of damage, just going to see the Widow Mine going off. The Ling Bane still coming over. Tanks and Marines will gather once again. Hydra's going to get a medevac. Now the Marines are going to jump onto the Lings once more. A bit more damage being done. The Lings are going to step forward once more here. Just going to be seeing the siege tanks coming through as well. Our Marines continue to hit the Lings in a big way. Wooden Mines are now showing up to support this. The tank is still firing. Yeah, most of the Wooden Mines don't really do anything, but Solar just doesn't have enough anyway. Just gonna see our Marines still stepping forward. Hydras, Queens taking damage. Couple of Lings going down. The Marines will continue to fight. The couple of Hydras continue to go down. So the Ling picked off. Queen's still being chased. And that is going to be Clem. Clem's at a 40 supply lead, guys. It's a slow death for the Zerg. Oftentimes is against a Terran push that is not completely immediately overwhelming. But obviously we can see that this is not going to take any good turn at any point soon. And that is going to be good enough for the GGs to be called, actually. That one is going to decide this series' first game. And so there you have it. Clem is going to go up 1 in the best of 3. And is once again looking to go into the finals here against MaxPax. It's been the finals the last 2 weeks in a row for us. Post Youth going to be map 2. So Clem letting Post Youth come through. Good Zerg map typically, but obviously the Terrans have been letting this come through a little bit more frequently lately. So maybe something we can see about that. Maybe something for us to look at. Get this underway. Post Youth loads up. Alright, Clem and Solar coming in. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Can Solar overwhelm the beast that is Clem? Gonna be finding out as we get this going. What is Solar's win condition? Hold to lurkers. I mean, his win condition is go back in the game and don't lose 20 SCV, 20 drones to just Hellion run by. It's kind of as simple as that, right? You can't take damage like that and realistically come out the other side and be like, nice! This is a game I can win. I mean, typically it might be getting to lurkers. I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but just starting the game in not a terrible position would be a much better way to go about things. So maybe that's something you can do as we hit into game number 2 of this. Let me get this on the way. Bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player here is Team Liquid's Clem. Taking on the blue Zerg in the top right, we have Solar. World starts to move about. I'm going to cross the map at the moment. And hatch, gas, and pool all on the way up, so we get that established as well. We bring that into play. Orbital Command will be morphing in. The Reaper is coming up as well. All of that continuing through just for the moment. So again, getting ourselves settled down in these early stages. Try and see what perhaps we can do. And spawn pool about to finish. A couple hatcheries still coming in. Spawn pool completes. The SCV moves out. And this map is very typically powerful for the Zerg if they just want to kind of play a long game. The Terrans can actually get some good pushes on this map, but there's so many bases, it's a big map, and that's why the Zergs are going to love it too, a lot of the time. As the Reaper fires up a few shots, Lings taking some damage already. The factory's still coming about and into play as well. Reaper shooting, a couple Lings going down. Reaper gets pushed back, a couple of CCs continue up as well. Factory's about to complete. The Ling speed is starting. Again, that link speed coming through. Just going to have ourselves the orbital command building. Clem's third CC coming up as well. And for the first few moments, this should be fairly peaceful. That doesn't mean that Clem can't do some serious damage. We saw in the last game things were pretty peaceful. And boom, Hellions are running by. I mean, that should be easier to defend on this map than what we've seen previously, but still something to think on. Just gonna see the link speed currently about halfway by. Again, a couple of queens coming up. The drones are coming in. Starport Command Center, a couple of additional SCVs building as well, so all of that continues through for the moment. So you have that queen just going to get there and poke away at that Reaper, pushing that away to the sides as well. Reaper and the Hellion move about again, a couple of queens coming up, link speed about to finish. Clem with the extra Hellions on the way. I mean, this is a moment where you just always got to be careful as Solar. Do not let those Hellions run by and make a fool out of you, right? Got to be super careful about that at the moment. Do not want to let that come about for basically no good reason here. A single Marine going to hit that Overlord, a bit of damage being done there already. Seeing the Queens continue to come about. Again, lay on the way. Drones, Overlords, Queen continue to build. Barracks, Engineering Base coming up also as we just got ourselves a couple of Crypt Humans and the drone picked off also. Picking away at that for the moment. Damage being done. Hellions going to step forward once more. Trying to come by for some extra action. Hellions going to poke about. Just going to hit this fourth base at the moment. Nothing too crazy about that. That seems like a pretty reasonable thing to be doing. Actually continue to fly away for just a little bit. Some damage being dealt. Now just going to be seeing obviously the Queens are going to be there. As one upgrade on Stim comes through from Clem. We're also seeing him making some steps forwards. With the Solar heading into Roaches and that Roach speed coming up as well, so all of that continues through as we speak. I'm just going to find themselves a Queen actually, and just going to be able to try and knock that down. Not quite going to be successful in the end. Not bad though, I feel like, to come through for at least a little bit more damage here initially. We'll have ourselves a little bit of movement. Again, the 1-1 upgrades going through. Melee upgrades, Roach speed coming about as well for the now. Let's see what we can find in this game. Yeah, Ling Roach comes across. Just going to be seeing the Marine stepping forward again. A few of those Lings already taking damage. Playing with something more serious than just Hellions at this stage, but not sure it's necessarily going to go anywhere. Wouldn't mind tries to line up onto the Roaches, the Queens. Going through as well. Wouldn't mind's obviously not going to be amazing against Roaches, but they're actually splashing for some decent damage here. Clem just steps back. He's not going to let any of his actual Marines go down, or at least try to minimize the Marines that go down. He has one more mine to back away into. This Roach going to give itself up to knock that mine onto cooldown and actually get the kill. Now Clem will lift up. This Roach Ravager open is going to move into melee upgrades though, so eventually Roach Ravager Bane Ling will be the choice. So trying to make that switch and get those Banes online before this army gets a little bit too overwhelming would typically be the plan, so we'll see if he can do just that as Marines load back into medevacs. We go back through the top side. Loading now just over to that left area. As again, a bunker in the front comes in as well. He's going to try and fight again the roaches. Ravages and the lings just going to continue to come up. We do see a few of those rocks getting cleaned out. Obviously opens up the map a little bit. Makes it so that Clem can't sit in as many annoying positions. Clem has started to switch in towards siege tanks to help against the roach ravager portion of the army, but you're also going to have then the, like I say, the Ling Bane phase of this starting to come through. Bane speed's halfway done. And the upgrades will start again from so I was about to say that they've not continued off of 1-1, but we do get 2-2 started now. As those Marines continue to just tap through. Another Overlord being found as well, for example. It's going to be a nice catch. And we're going to find another Overlord off to the side, also getting picked away at that. He's just going to load in the medevacs again. One of the annoyances of playing against Clem is that he's always going to evacuate those units. Ravager Bane still gathers together. 2-2 coming up. Kindness Plane coming through. Adrenal Glands and 2-2 melee upgrades coming in from the side of Solar. Wouldn't mind shot fires. A few lings. Roaches, Banes, Ravages moving across as well. Just, you know, the scan coming about. A couple creep teamers get knocked down. Need to fight these lings. Good grenade. Gonna blast a bunch of those banelings around. It's beautiful. Job well done here. As again, additional ghosts coming out from Clem. He's not really been hit by any Nidus. I just see that Marauders in the back of the base, wondering if that is like a Nidus defense mechanism. Parasitic bombs are going to put some pressure on these medevacs to maybe make something happen at some stage or to escape away. As Sola says, well, you know what? That's 30 supply in those medevacs. What if I come across the map and try and make something happen on the front? Let's see how this goes. We'll be trying for exactly that right here as we step into this. Couple of Banes already going down. A few shots continuing to come about. It's going to be seeing the Ling Bane still gathering up over there. Blind Cloud's going to enable the Solar to start taking a big fight into this. A few Marines on the other side will try and drop, so Clem trying to put some damage back the other direction. You can see those couple of siege tanks getting jumped on as well, and how ByuN comes back over. Still trying to push and fight around. ByuN comes through, a couple more shots going off just for the moment there, and we sit back and wait to see what the next step of this is going to be. The drop lords are coming up, Ultras, Vipers coming in as well, bringing all of that online. 3-3 is coming up as well from Clem, so getting ourselves the upgrades that are going to put him into the lead. As Solar tries to figure out ways in which to handle this Clem army. Again, currently that's going in towards the, you know, just a couple of Vipers and the Ultras, but being down on upgrades is going to be nasty. He is on his way to 3-3 melee now, but will be a little bit of a step behind Clem's, as Clem obviously already established up 5 bases in this game. Maybe the main and natural are somewhat exposed as Clem moves up the left-hand side and still fighting up to the top. Maybe his main is going to be a position you can abuse as Solar, as the Lings are going to start dropping in. I mean, engineering base here. If he started to drop on the way in, he wouldn't have lost as many Lings in that first Overlord, but let's see. Like I say, engineering base are an option there, as we do see snipes coming onto the Ultras as they crash into this tank ghost line. Clem trying to hold his ground, and he will do so. He does not even step backwards with the units there. He did deny one engineering bay, but the one that had already finished +3 attacks. So +3 armor is going to get to live and finish as well. Don't think that was good enough from Solar. He gave up a fair few units to do this, right? Quite a lot of Lings going in. And the fact that Clem stands and fights and holds ground on the other side of the map is huge. Because, you know, usually with a drop like that, Solar could at least say, well, I gained some ground here, but he didn't. I mean, maybe he broke the position, but it cost him a lot of units. It definitely didn't come freely. Clem will continue to maintain a supply lead in this game. Looking very good right now in game number 2. I'm up 1, of course. Win this, we're into the finals for Clem. MaxPax finals, 3rd week in a row. Now Bio Vikings is going to be sitting around there as the rocks get knocked away at, getting knocked down, in fact. Continue to fight. Ultra coming through. The Banes are showing up. The Bio going to have to continue kiting away. The Ghosts stepping back as well. The Marines trying to get out of there. Banelings still connecting. The Ultras now trying to come through as well. Snipes go the other direction. That Ultra is going to get knocked down. And a few Ghosts and a Marauder gathering up. You see Ghost Marines just going to be pulling back. A couple of Banes going to be getting grabbed. Those Snipes coming in. The Ultras going down as well. Bio's going to get there. A couple of Orbitals still gathering up. More shots coming through as the Ultras continue to step forward. And step back again. Again, a few of those Lings going to get grabbed. Engine going down. The Queen is going to get forward as well. Bio continues to step up. +1 missiles, Ultras, Ling Banal coming through. We're going to turn around to the Snipes again. Bio Army going to try and fight. Whoa! Big Fungal goes down onto the Ghosts. It's going to be seeing the Infesta. Moving back a little bit as well. Missile turret going to be firing. Planetary Fortress setting up. The Ravagers are going to cross the file here. Medevac's taking damage as well. Snipes continuing across. Just seeing this army of Clem. Eating some fungals and everything, but still coming out better than the Zerg on the other side of it. Again, just going to be seeing additional Banelings morphing. The Ghosts step over to the left-hand side. A couple of these Cryptiums going down again. The Infestors and the Ultras continue up. Lings and the missile upgrade coming by from Solar as well. The Lings continue to come across. Just going to be seeing the Ghost going to be there. And a couple of Ghosts on the way through. The siege tanks are building. The army again gathering to the south. Sensor tower will set up over there as well. Another position being taken. Solar is mining quite a lot more minerals. Has a bit of gas banked. Can he keep up? Resources lost is already detailing a 12,000 resource loss difference. That's obviously in Clem's favor, and that's just the Terran army sniping and trading efficiently. It's just so tough to win these games against the Terrans when they set up onto the base count that Clem did so easily and so freely. Clem really got there extremely comfortably and kind of early on, to be honest. And Solar's just been kind of, again, playing the hang-on in their game, but not able to do too much. Infestors over there getting caught, and GG going to get called straight away, as that is going to be Clem taking game number 2. 2-0 for Clem, and once again, it's the Clem MaxPax show as we enter the finals today. Clem MaxPax TVP best of 3 coming up, and that's sorry, not best of 3, best of 5 coming up. So once again, Clem MaxPax going to be our finale. As yeah, Clem just looking extremely good in these matchups. All right, we're gonna hop on to the European server then for this Clem MaxPax series. Run a couple of ads and get that going. Okay, so we are going to be heading into this finals match, best of 5. Clem and MaxPax going to be coming up against each other. Alrighty, guys. Alright, gonna be going Ocean Board for map number 1. So this is already getting hosted up, so we can start loading into this one. Getting a lot of casters in here. As the Clem Max Packs weekly finals for us begins. Let me get into this. Just a reminder that over the next few days we do have some great content coming up. WardiTV October Group C and D. Shin, Oliveira, Cure, and Hero taking place tomorrow. Solar, Clem, Trap, and Gumiho taking place on Wednesday. Those are some great groups. Obviously, we just saw Solar Clem today. Clem actually beat Trap as well, but Clem Trap went to 3 games. Would love to see how that turns out on Wednesday. Apparently, some great games we missed out on today. Apparently, ByuN Skillers was a banger of a series. Apparently, Clem Trap was really cool. I might do some catching up on... I don't have a plan for Thursday right now, but I might do some catching up from a couple of different tournaments and a couple of different kind of, events. I'm just going to catch up on some replays, and including my own events, some replays of games that I didn't get to see, for example. I feel like there's some really cool matches happening that we don't get to catch every single game of, so maybe we do that on Thursday. A little bit of flexibility, because I don't know quite what the plan is for Thursday as well, so... Let's see what happens. Is in the top left, our red Terran. This is going to be from Team Liquid. It is Clem in the grand finals of yet another WardiTV Monday. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Max Packs, the 3rd time in a row that they are going to meet in WardiTV Mondays. As, yeah, this is actually the 4th time in a row Clem's in the finals. He won every Monday Cup since Monday number 3. So he beat Gumiho in that one. Max Packs was in the finals the week before, lost to Shin, so he's got 3 second-place finishes. Clem has 3 first-place finishes. Yeah, these guys have really been dominant. It's so cool because the rest of these events have been kind of spread. You look at the top 4 and stuff, and the love is spread across the top 4 with a bunch of different Koreans and Oliveira playing and taking part. And Rex got in the first week knocked out Dark in the round of 8 to make top 4. And yet here we are now with Max Packs Clem domination resuming on a Monday afternoon as we get into this game number 1. Best of 5 series. We actually have Inu, I just saw join us, and he's always a fun cast to jump on, so we'll probably jump on his camera when he starts observing, because he's very good at catching all the things that are happening. Inu has left the game. Okay, maybe not, guys. Yeah, he's like, hey, you want me to observe for you, Wardy? Absolutely not. Yeah. Steal some other cameras until the action kicks off, and we'll jump on ourselves. Just lets me jump between the chats and stuff and keep up to date with what's going on a little bit. CC is building, Nexus coming up, our simulator coming through as well on the side of Max Packs. Our warp gate continues to build here just for a little bit. Let me get this up and rolling for the moment. So again, all of this on the go. Again, our adept coming through, the warp gate is producing. Again, Nexus coming out as well. We get everything established for the first few moments. I'll just make a quick note. Actually, I don't need to say this right now. Never mind. Never mind me. As the Twilight Council starts up, we'll just stick to talking about the game. I'll make the note between the games. Clem wins 64% of matches against Max Packs. Seems pretty realistic. There was a while where Max Packs looked very good against Clem. Like, looked as though Clem was really stuck against Max Packs, but those times have definitely become much fewer and far between. Every time Max Packs wins now, it feels like so much more challenging for him. It's never an easy time, as obviously it shouldn't be. We just have our Cyclone coming up, a couple Marines are coming in, and we do have ourselves the few Marines are going to continue to move around for just a little bit here. The Adept will go shading through, look to see what's going on. And that Twilight Council, Chrono Boost in the Blink, no surprises really on that one. at the moment as our Marine joins up and the Adept continues to shade by for a couple of moments. Just going to try and threaten and gather info. It's going to be the Medevac and Widow Mine on the way up. But obviously with the Cyclone already out, you know that Clem has so much micro potential. When Cyclones and Marines get across to the other side of the map, this next Adept is going to take some more shots. Cyclone lock-on will break because of the line of sight blocker, but we're in reach to kill that Adept anyway. So that's one of the two Adepts down, and now Clem coming across this other side. No battery yet from MaxPack, so he's going to try and fight this without a battery, so feeling brave. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if his micro is good enough to make this work for him. The Stalkers do turn the Cyclone around for a moment or two. That Cyclone already going to go join back up with the other Marines. Back up into the center. Gateway, Robo Facility coming online here from MaxPack. That Robo about to finish. The Prism coming up as well. And a few Stalkers continuing to move on in at the same time. So all of that continues into action. Prism and the Blink just continue up. That comes down the right side, going to come dropping straight in over here. A couple of Widow Mines will drop off. Probe's already going to have to pull away defensively. See, the Stalker's actually going to blink through the Widow Mine. Gets the Medevac. Clem getting pushed back by the other units, and it's going to turn into a pretty okay defense from MaxPax. And again, this was off of 3 gateways, as Clem will have the Raven out as another form of harassment in the near future. He's already going to rally that down at the side. Again, Observer coming up, Engineering Bay, a couple of refineries coming online as well. On the right side, this Raven is going to escape away. Zealot Stalkers and a Prism sitting out overhead. As they do just have the Adept going to shade. And the Adept is going to get over there. Oh, it's going to lose the Stim Pack though, so Clem actually going to lose that straight away. MaxPack's losing a couple of Stalkers for it, but does delay the Stim. It wasn't like next to being finished or anything, but it's still nice to delay Stim, right? If that gets delayed by, you know, even 30 seconds while you rebuild a tech lab, that is going to add up in your favor. That is the sort of thing that helps out. The Raven gets only a single kill as well. Good defense, good bit of offense from MaxPax. I like how this early game's going for him, honestly. I feel like this has been a very good start for our Protoss. Prism still setting up, and we do have charge on the way up from MaxPax as well here. The bunker setting in at the front from Clem. Cyclone is nearby. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all building. Again, the CC coming up. A couple of Marauders and Marines coming around. We actually do get a scan to pick off the Observer. And the Stalkers are going to blink up as well. Going to try and put some damage onto this bunker. Bunker is going to go down. So the bunker will fall. The Cyclone trying to get locked on wherever possible as well. We step forward. Stalker still taking hits and continuing to blink back. We lock on again with this Cyclone here, pushing the Stalkers away once more. Again, Stim Combat and +1 on the way. Our Stalkers setting off on the right side, charging +1. Robobay as well, coming up here from MaxPack, so we get that started. Extra gateways coming down. Pylon will join in. It's another siege tank shot just into the middle of those Stalkers there, so able to do a bit more damage as the Stalkers drop into the main base with that Prism for the moment. Fire going to step up. Just going to see our Stalkers turning around. Prism still overhead. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 continue to produce. The army of Clem comes down the left-hand side to the bottom. There's the base on the 6 o'clock there. As the Prism continues to get a couple of warp-ins going. Charge is going to finish. The Stimpack still coming through. Will be about to complete as 5 additional gateways coming online. Stalkers get back across to the upper left-hand side, and going to see our Bio going to jump in, pick off the Nexus. Pylon in trouble. Always nice. Clem again straight across, picks the 4th base off. Zealots in the main base. A couple of Widow Mines going to try and help play the defense there. The Prism is alive but low, so risky to kind of keep it around. Just going to run that into dead air space quickly, as Clem was very happy just to get the 4th. He backed off straight away, does not stick around. There are Stalkers that could potentially do some, cause some issues here. This tank backed away early, but is exposed there as the Stalkers jump on it. Clem stimming to try and find a way to trap these Stalkers in. Problem is, we're losing a lot of SCVs once more, and Clem, where these Stalkers go, just going to blink to the corner, and they're going to recall. Clem used a stim already. He's going to stim again. Doesn't really help him do anything. Arguably an overstim, and that's going to keep draining the medevacs of energy. as Clem has a bit of a rough time there in those early stages. Fire will turn, Stalkers get turned back around, +2 attack, extended thermal lance, Colossus continue to build. Battery in the cannon coming up, more of this army around the left. It's going to knock down this set of rocks and open up that bit of space here as the rocks will go down. Clem on the push once more. Man, for all the things I feel like have gone well for MaxPax, as he's actually going to lose this prism now, and resources lost is going to kind of get a bit closer because of that. It does feel as though Clem has... Yeah, I'm going to say, I feel as though Clem has a little bit of a advantage still in this game. I mean, let's see what the Colossus can do right now, doing a good job defending. Super Battery is big, and okay, MaxPax is going to push this back comfortably. That's what he needed to do here. Did not want to be in trouble kind of following on from this. Cleans up those Widow Mines as well as an additional bonus at the end. And Clem continues to retreat back up to the top side with the Bioforce. Observer still overhead. A couple of Marauders are moving around. Widow Mines settling. +2 attack on the Forge coming up also as our Stalkers get back to the top. Fire going to split apart. The Widow Mine joining together. Ghosts and the +1 armor upgrade coming in. The Viking in production as well. I'm just going to get ourselves a little scan and a pick off on the Observer. Just going to take that out. Stalkers continue around the right hand side. There is a fifth base in the bottom left hand corner, so we're going to get that into position immediately. Couple of Widow Mines firing away. These Stalkers re-engage through, and a couple of those Widow Mines taking some shots. Our Bio will continue across as well. Stalkers still getting chased away back down the bottom right-hand side. Armor upgrade coming through. The Widow Mine burrows. Zealot sneaks by. Clem obviously looking to establish his fourth, and MaxPax will then know about it. Still utilizing the Stalkers in the middle of the map. Trying to get something done. Viking takes a couple of shots. Widow Mine gets taken out already. And the Zealot, like I say, just confirming the fourth is just nice information. Marine confirms the fifth on the other side of the map as MaxPax continues to expand. And try to just stay a base up on the Terran player. Has that Dark Shrine as well, one of the things that will create a little bit more of a challenge for Clem as we enter the mid-lane stages of this game. I mean, we're probably into the mid-game now. This is actually starting to get to the point where you'd probably consider describing it as transitioning to later game. Right, DT Harass available. Clem's going to think about adding on Ghosts and Vikings as tech choices against the Colossus and then just generic Protoss army in general. And we'll set the stage where MaxPax will be looking for a second tech unit in this game, whether that's to just go into Disruptors or to think about adding Storm on. And then eventually he would turn this into Stargate play for the super late game if the game lets him get to that point. Stalker's trying to find some of those Viking kills because Viking's definitely going to be an important part of these next few minutes. Fire coming across here, and the Stalker Zealot is already ready to fight. A lot of Vikings, so you've got to be super careful. The Ghost, of course, as well. Massive for those EMPs, softening up this Protoss army at any possible opportunity. Turn back around. 2 upgrades are coming about, +3 attack and +1 armor are coming in. The army of MaxPax comes down the ramp and still seeing Clem being chased back up to the top. A little bit of Clem peels out to the left-hand side as well. Going to get ourselves a Marine on the left-hand side. Fire engages, couple of Stalkers taking shots, going down. Two upgrades building on the side of Clem. Zealot Stalker continues up. The Zealot's going to get a few more shots off. The Vikings are going to be there as well. Actually going to come through here and continue to chase the Colossus down. Stalker's still taking hits. Zealot's still taking damage. A Viking gets knocked also. We are in full chase mode here as the Bio steps away. We're going to re-engage through. Clem happy to fight this apparently. He will eat a bunch of Colossus damage. The Viking count's not going to hold out though, and Clem is losing this battle. MaxPax continues to press forward. There's one Colossus low, another pretty healthy, but there's no Vikings left. Okay, one Viking, but it's not going to find a way to that low HP Colossus, unfortunately. Disruptor shots helping to push Clem back during this as we're actually going to re-engage. Clem still coming back into this fight. He's going to get rid of a lot of the Stalkers in the front easily. This is a Marauder-heavy army. That's why he's doing well against the Stalkers, but it means that the Immortal that's mixed in from MaxPax is actually so good. Actually has 8 kills there. As it's been able to chunk through some Marauders, that Immortal has been a great addition. It helps you out defensively early in the game, but then as the game goes on, you get to this point where it's like, hey, look, I'm actually a pretty darn useful little Immortal over here, you know? I'm pretty heckin' great. CC flying across the left-hand side. Zealot Stalker, Immortal Colossus pushing up. Robo units are really trying to take control of this as a couple of shots come down. Disruptor shot aims and kills a Marauder. Shooting up here, aims and kills a Marine and a Marauder. Blinking forwards too. We're losing Ghosts. The EMP is not even being fully utilized. Disruptors continue to zone. We are going to lose, I think, every Colossus now. So Clem will get rid of the Colossus, but the Zealot's going to try and warp in. However, Maxpax cancels. He thinks he's overstepped his welcome. He's taking damage on the other side. Will warp in there instead defensively against the full Marauder drop. He's getting chased on home, which is never fun for a Protoss to be chased because he takes so much damage in that process, as Clem is going to hold and push Maxpax away. And again, he's doing damage on this side. This Marauder drop is doing huge amounts. I'm actually on a 20 supply lead right now. So many tech units have died over the past few moments. We've got one Colossus and one Disruptor for Protoss. A few Vikings and a couple Ghosts from Clem. That number is rising already. Resources lost 18.7 to 18.5. 212 resource difference in a 14-minute game. As this one so far has been a nail-biter, back and forth. Seesawing from one side to the other. And it is not done yet. Anyone's for the taking here in Game 1 of our Grand Finals. Stalkers will step onto the front. A little EMP comes down. The Stalkers have to step away. The rest of the Bio and the Vikings going to come across as well. Chase those Stalkers back once more. Marauder pulling back as well. And we just have ourselves the Bio Ghost Viking army figuring out what it would like to do. +3 attack is just going to be on the way on the engineering bay. Two probes going down on the bottom side. Again, the Nexus on the far right coming online is going to be base number 6. If Maxpax can get away with it, I think it's very realistically going to end up cancelled here as the Ghost and the Bio steps forward. Going to clean that out. Well, Zealot's going to get hit. And as a Disruptor comes down this ramp on the right side. How come no one uses a medevac upgrade? Honestly, when people get up to the tech that you need for it, people do get it. But what I will say is, I honestly, as a spectator especially, I never see the difference once that medevac upgrade finishes. I'm never like, well, see, that's just changed everything. Maybe you feel it a bit plain, but it's just not worth the money investment for what it does. You don't really need the upgrade, I don't think, a lot of the time. Feedback easily one-shots them then? That's actually interesting. I didn't even think about that. That's interesting. Some people do definitely get it, though. I mean, it's just... Oftentimes, you've probably seen it come into play, and it's just been a non-issue. It's been a non-factor, to be honest. Anyways, Vikings come forward again. That one Colossus is not going to last super long. Maxpax will blink in. Disruptor to zone. Ends up backing away. Zealot's trying to run on the left side, but that's going to be a well-protected base as Bio Ghost is in position right off the start. Deal with that immediately. Rest of the Bio stepping away. The Zealot's going to get grabbed. Disruptor shot good for a Marauder. It's going to step up. Missile turret goes down. We blink forwards. A couple of Vikings going down as well. Stalkers continue to put some work in. So many Vikings getting cleaned out immediately. Disruptor shot towards the Bio Force. Another one again. Going to just go for a single Ghost. Now some more Bio units going down as well. Disruptor still firing. Disruptor still trying to land. However, the Bio continues to push on through. Stalkers are taking some serious hits here. +3 attack coming up on the side of Clem. On the other side, Zealots and a DT getting turned around. SCVs have been lost. Maxpax backs away with the main army. He actually gets a lot of harassment units away as well, which is great to not have to replace those. He has re-established this 6 base. And again, look at that resources lost time. We are talking about like a 260, 70 resource loss difference. So like, it's such a close game. They're both mining pretty comfortable amounts as well, as that's going to be a nice EMP to lead into this bottom side. Maxpax's not really in position to deal with that. I do fear that Maxpax's army is getting out-established in these later stages. This is an amazing push from Clem. Just completely catches Maxpax out of position, and Maxpax doesn't know what to do about it, it seems. Recall available, but will not recall to that base. But he's also just stationary with his army. He didn't know which direction to move in this. He is going to now catch this group of units. He's going to get rid of the medevacs, and so that is going to be a cleanup, something at least in return from Maxpax finally, because it didn't look like he was getting anything out of this at first. He's going to leave the Disruptor Colossus to play defense at home. Now he's going to recall a good chunk of the Zealots and Stalkers back as well. Maybe try and fight this. That leaves a few Stalkers in the top right. Clem is focused on units to the left at the moment. Going to try and get the Orbital down the left side as well and into position for his base number 6. If he can keep that alive and get that set up. Maxpax still holds this right side base that was his 6, but obviously now he lost the bottom side that was mining for him previously. And Clem loads up the medevac's going to send that in towards one of these bases too. Meanwhile, Maxpax on the map is going to be kind of catching a fight, but then realizes, nope, I need to pull back and deal with this. Stalkers try to position in such a way to deal with this. We actually shoot down one full medevac already. Stalkers can blink to the high ground, defend the main base if required. And Clem's actually having a lot of his supply stuck in those medevacs, nowhere good to go. No air unit, though, from MaxPax to go and immediately punish this. We're going to try and come back in as Clem. There are really stalkers in every position. MaxPax, he doesn't have a Stargate, right? Now, it's been too tense of a game to just get a random Stargate up and running. Yeah, I mean, Clem doesn't know where to send those units, but he is keeping a lot of units back because of the threat of that drop, as Nat is going to allow him to actually pick off this base on the right side as MaxPax does not keep up with that army. Otherwise, he gets right to the bottom right-hand corner here, again, trying everything he can to just open opportunities to drop in and make something happen. He's actually going to escape back through the bottom, and has he actually got MaxPax to lose the drop? I think so. Kind of. He's going to get back in position here. Nothing in the main currently, though. I guess he can blink from here to the main if needed. Almost 20 minutes here for this game one. Our grand final is starting off in all of the right ways. As we see Zealot, Stalker, Sentry, Colossus, Disruptor, everything moving into the middle. Bio is going to fire. Ghost and Marauder going down already. The rest of the units step away to the left-hand side. Stalkers blink up. A Ghost already in some trouble. EMP is coming in return. Now we're going to see this army of Clem trying to run up this ramp on the left side. Disruptor shot goes, hits a Ghost. Vikings are firing. The Colossus still taking some big hits. Stalkers and Colossus moving up. And that's going to be an orbital on this left side that's going to be taking damage as well. SCVs are dropping down dead. These units are still stuck, and so Clem cannot evacuate those at all. We're going to lose the orbital, and we could maybe retreat over here to get this base next. However, there's 3 libs there, and I wasn't expecting that when I first started my sentiment to it. The libs might just be the perfect kind of amount of defense to make it that it's just really unengageable for MaxPax, something you do not want to actually commit into. Get forward there, the Viking goes down, Disruptor shot tries to land, doesn't quite make it. But the Disruptor shot coming across, the Zealot Stalker going to be there to fight this little Marine and Ghost in the corner as well. The Zealots continue to run about. They're going to surround and kill. Colossus is going to fire Disruptor shot again, landing on a couple of Marauders. SCVs are pulling, I think, just across to a different base, but they're going to get caught in the mix. Fortunately, we realized and we turn them around. SCVs are protected. Those little dudes will be able to keep on mining. Now, we were just trying to get them across to the left side. However, they're going to run right into a Zealot run-by, and MaxPax kind of owns this area, so Clem cannot really get over there to defend. We don't manage to capitalize. Those SCVs are going to get away again. Disruptor shot fires up. A Ghost goes down in that. Colossus putting some work in. Only 3 Vikings on the map, I believe. EMPs obviously will put some of the work in on the Colossus, but the Stalkers should be able to get rid of those Vikings before the Colossus are really in danger. We lose 1. That's a couple of Vikings in the center the Stalkers could not get to. Disruptors continue to zone, but you know what? Clem is running out of supply. For the first time, we're really seeing someone come out with a proper advantage while the fight is still going on. Resources lost is swung in favor of MaxPax to a 5k difference. Going to get a bunch of SCVs here. Disruptor zoning. Some of the Marauders out. Disruptors will keep coming through. The Viking count grew, and it gets rid of the Colossus at least. But Disruptor after Disruptor lands towards Clem's army, forcing him to not be able to engage and forcing damage as well as Clem tries to force the engagement despite not really being able to. He knows this position is so valuable. A few Zealots get in front. They're going to try and tank as the Stalkers get into the arc, but the Disruptor support still available there. Clem steps forward again. Still has libs defending that bottom left side. I understand you're scared of the run-by, but at this point you've got to get every unit active and available. He did put one of the libs in position over here. The Stalker warping is going to be good to play the denial. They did target fire probes initially. With the battery there, it's the right call because the Liberator will never get through a Stalker being healed by a battery. And just as the game gets to kind of being broke, 28 SCVs to 44 probes is when MaxPax established that advantage. That's going to be probably enough to win this. On the right-hand side, a Viking drop because we don't see that every day. Going to go for a few probes, going to manipulate this game a little further. Disruptor too far forward, gets knocked down as well by Clem as he gets a catch, trying to fight his way back into this. 26 army supply deficit for Clem. Definitely the one that needs to step back in, but you know what? Even just catching this group of DTs could swing that army supply. That's why Clem's going to stick in this. And he is going to come onto the map, at least was thinking of it. Of course, some good splits into a Disruptor fight as well could be the way for Clem to see success. He's going to get out positioned again to lose an orbital. MaxPax just going to take little by little and step-by-step advance further ahead in this game. An orbital now means less scans and less mules, less economy for the Terran. One more thing that MaxPax is going to knock off the list of advantages for Clem, or at least shave away at the advantages of Clem with. Blink that, you're going to get a full energy goes. Finally, the EMPs drop, but the Stalkers will just say, cool, we're EMP'd, let's step back. And the DT Zealot combo is going to move in toward the natural expansion / third base. The options available there. Does MaxPax know about the base in the bottom? He does, yes. I mean, there's a sensor tower on it, so he definitely knows something's there. It's just with the double Liberators, it's hard to justify that position, as we are going to drop the EMP. The DT's revealed, but is there enough units to clean them up? We're going to scan. I don't think Clem realized that he actually hit the perfect EMP on all of those. I guess just double check and make sure that they don't disappear. We do have a missile turret in the corner who's going to provide the defense, and, well, guess what? Army supply swings into favor of Clem. I mean, that's a lot of units to lose on the DTs. We are going to see the Viking drop denied. And the Vikings will go down, so that will not go any further as well. Clem still maintains about a 6 army supply advantage. It is neck and neck in this game still. Somehow it does feel like MaxPax had a way better set of fights. He is now, what, about 7k resources lost ahead? And he is mining more too. I think MaxPax honestly needs to... It's weird because I think MaxPax doesn't want to slow down and settle down because he doesn't want to let up the pressure and give Clem some time. Because MaxPax probably looks at his army and says, man, my army needs to be doing something all the time. If I sit back, Stalker's Zealot Disruptor, my army melts in some of the fights. If Clem can manipulate the fight for him to be favored, for him to be attacking and, you know, deciding how this goes, I think MaxPax knows that doesn't end well for him, so he's reluctant to slow down. I think finally he does here just because he's like, okay, maybe, you know, continuing to attack isn't quite working. It's a question of whose army is indeed stronger. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I love Clem's army. Yes, some Ghosts, but the Liberators aren't exactly involved. It's not a huge Liberator count. The Libs are there, obviously sat back defensively. Obviously, Clem does have the 2 armor upgrade lead as well, which is got to be considered as part of a factor, but Disruptors don't care about upgrades. That's what MaxPax is using here. He's going to turn that one into a big connection. Clem wants to dive in. He wants to make advantage of this right now. MaxPax down 20 army supplies, 5 more zealots. This is what I mean. Disruptors can do great for MaxPax, but if Clem can dodge the Disruptors, his army can trade extremely well against what MaxPax is working with here. So it's just issues across the board as the Bio gathers back up. The Medivacs get to healing. 2 more Colossus from from MaxPax, as Clem does build Vikings as a response. He is getting the anti-air up and available. Another Disruptor shot tries to land. I do think, I mean, this phase has been massive for Clem, but it's mining out. MaxPax, I think, is a little bit healthier just in terms of bases that are... Well, honestly, it's just this base that's mining from MaxPax. It's not that healthy, it's just healthier. It took him a long time to get that base up and running initially. Clem has a group of units here going to hit some of the long-distance mining probes and take a few more workers out of the game for MaxPax. Continue back the other direction. The Marines and the Ghosts continue up. Marauder and Marines coming in as well. Viking on the way as the army of Clem gets back to the bottom left as well. Clem has got more mineral income, but say mineral income, I mean, he's been trading worse recently. He's still about 6k resource loss, so I guess the last couple of fights have been a little bit more even again. It's been a wild time, man. What a great game. Open up this grand finals. Probably the best game of Clem MaxPax we've had in these grand finals over the past couple of weeks. There's been some good ones, but this one has been excellent. As you see, Colossus stepping up. Zealot's going to try and lead a charge in, maybe. Disruptor wants to fire a couple of Zealots up to the top. Going to reposition as well. The Zealot Stalker being extremely cautious. MaxPax knows that a bad fight can still end this for him. He doesn't really have a lot of mining. He doesn't have a lot of rebuild potential. Is going to be firing. Another Disruptor shot coming up. Ghost's going to go down. Marine as well. Another Disruptor shot landing also. Disruptors getting grabbed. EMPs are good to weaken those up. Vikings are going to fight. We are going to see... I mean, first Colossus took some damage. Only 3 Vikings left, though. MaxPax is going to type GG because he doesn't think he can win the fight anymore. Oh my goodness, losing too much there. He just got caught. And Clem is going to win game number 1. Yeah, this fight starts out, you get chased, you lose a couple of your Disruptors. In fact, you lose all your Disruptors, and that means you don't have the zoning potential in this army. I thought the Colossus might be able to do something. 4 Colossus is kind of scary, but... yeah, I think the problem is there's nothing to buffer for the Colossus either. We got to jump out again and make sure we don't miss game 2. There's nothing to buffer for the Colossus. There's no Zealots or anything, so... the Bio army will win that out, right? Even if the Colossus are still alive, and that's the issue at the end is, yeah, I was dead right about not missing this game. We just managed to squeeze into this one. Fantastic opening game of the Grand Finals. Well, we're not going to waste any time, guys. Game 2 coming up. And we go to Ghost River for the second map. Smaller, more aggressive. Let's see what happens as we kick this off into Game 2. Ghost River coming up. Wow, what an excellent game. MaxPax misplays it just at the end. Rough. I mean, this is one of those fights, though, where if Clem miscontrols against one disruptor too heavily, he loses. MaxPax miscontrols his disruptors, he loses, right? It comes down to that. It was an extremely close game. You can complain about Terran just EMP'd and overwhelmed, but the exact same way goes the other way. If one of those disruptor shots just hits a bit too much, Clem gets dismantled in a fight. And yeah, upgrades I think is something to mention. There was only one armor upgrade for MaxPax at any point. There's got to be some value there that's got to be mentioned as well. So yeah, lots to talk about, lots to discuss. Here's the game. As we are currently on the loading screen for Game 2, but we're currently stuck. Currently stuck on the loading screen, guys. Yeah, the disruptors definitely carried the lack of upgrades for MaxPax, right? It meant that it didn't matter as much. But yeah, obviously the disruptors going down really opens up so many issues with the game for MaxPax, and it was just so close that he made the bigger mistake first, unfortunately. And Clem takes game number 1. Yeah, we're stuck on the loading screen. Someone's probably crashing out, one of our casters, so hopefully that doesn't last too long. Hopefully we can get back into this. Fantastic opening game. Amazing. Right, we'll actually get to catch our breath with this little break for the moment. Stay stuck on the loading screen, guys. We'll be going ASAP. Ghost River. That game was every late game PvT for you? Rough. Yeah, we are just stuck on the loading screen, guys. I can only imagine someone's going to crash out and we'll get started, but we'll just have to wait and see. Honestly, not a bad thing to take a moment to breathe. It was kind of a crazy match. Taking a second to actually catch our breath and so is going to be not a bad thing. So bad rush leaves. Both players start a worker. That's fine. As GLHF gets called. Cool. We're good. Let's go into game number 2 of this best of 5. In the top right-hand corner of the map. Down a game after such a strong fight. Are we going to see the 4-gate blink brought out now? Try and turn this around. It is going to be MaxPax as winning. Probably the best game that these guys have played against each other in recent history, in my memory at least. It is Clem in the top left. These two are always such a good match for one another, and when it gets late game and scrappy like that, it's always some very enjoyable StarCraft 2. Clem and MaxPax, game number 2 coming up, getting underway in this best of 5. We look to kick this off. Gateway coming in. And the barracks coming up. And game number 2 beginning. Guys, I just want to take a moment here at the start of this match of the finals. We've got a lot of viewers right now. I'd like to just take a quick little moment to sell out. If you are enjoying what you're watching, loads of great ways to support, obviously. Keep on tuning in every day. We are trying to bring you guys constant StarCraft action. You can follow the channel. You can like the video on YouTube. You can subscribe for free on YouTube as well. Helps us out a lot. If you're enjoying the stream on Twitch and you've got a Prime sub to use, you can subscribe for free. Subscribing does support tournaments just like this one, so do consider subscribing with your Prime. Obviously, all the paid options to support are there as well, whether it's becoming a YouTube member, subscribing on Twitch regularly, donating, super chatting, or whatever else. All of it helps. And the last thing I'd like to mention is the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV, exclamation mark Patreon in the Twitch chat. I think it's in the YouTube description as well. Anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into more WardiTV tournament prize pools. We are doing our absolute best to make as many tournaments as possible right now while we do not have news of a StarCraft 2 circuit. We've got WardiTV October this week, for example, coming up. That'll resolve next week. We'll be on the case about running something entering November as well. Fear not. So, plenty of StarCraft coming up. but we can't run it without you guys. These WardiTV events are funded by you guys supporting the channel. We don't have some magical sponsor that just keeps pumping money in. It's you guys enjoying the stream and supporting it. So do consider to check that out and check out the ways to support. It's really appreciated. Thank you for listening to the shout section. Thank you, Penk5, for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Money well spent as always. Thank you so much. As we get into game number 2, and the Reaper gets deflected by the Adept initially. And Arakul going to come in with the Prime sub as well, and Noah 10 going to come in with the 28-month resub. Thank you guys for making the sellout section for a minute or two at the start here worthwhile. As a couple of Reapers are going to hit the Adept. And it's just going to be seeing the Adept going to try and fight against. The Reapers are going to be shooting. Would the upgrades have been worth it for max packs? I think so. I think it was a long enough game where getting into +2 and +3 armor probably would have been just affordable. One of those times where I think the idea of like, oh, I'm on disruptors, and if I'm on disruptors, I don't need upgrades as much, is something that you get carried away on as we lose one Reaper, but we kill that Adept. Clem killing units early here is going to poke forward, and the probes are going to have to evacuate the natural. So just to quickly finish my thought process is, yeah, I think in a game like that, like, it's understandable initially, he doesn't care as much, but as it goes longer, I think an armor upgrade just would have had value for how long the game went, right? Just going to be seeing our probes actually have to pull into this as well. Battery is going to go down. This is looking rough. We are going to get rid of one Hellion, but 2 Reapers and a Hellion remain. At least a Reaper and a Hellion could run into the main base if they want to, but the probe's on the low ground, so we don't really need to run anywhere. We're going to get probe number 5 here. If we can get that kill, we can. And this Hellion might even just get to run away as Clem deals damage early. 5 workers killed. Now, it does cost you a Hellion and a few Reapers, but you also get a battery that will have to be remade. You get a couple of Adepts, so some of the armor units going down from max packs. Max packs adds on gateway number 3. Gets Blink now halfway done. He's going to have a Widowmine drop coming his way as well, though, so he's going to have to deal with that fairly shortly. Does the prize pool go beyond first place? Yes, this event, $200 for first, $100 for second, third, and fourth place, taking home $50 each. The WardiTV Mondays. As the Stalkers get there, and the SCV goes down, bunker will get re-established in a moment. The SCV will finish that up. A few Marines jumping inside. The probes going down as the double Widow Mine is pretty well handled, to be fair. 2 probes for 2 mines, but the 2 mines don't die. And that's the issue, is that Max Pax now has got that medevac lingering behind his base, and that's going to be a constant threat. At any point, Clem can bring 2 Widow Mines into a mineral line, and if Max Pax isn't paying attention, then that's obviously very bad. I mean, that's obviously just problematic potentially if you're not careful. Going to already come back into this main. Blink is done to try and help out. Widow Mines will burrow, and we will be able to blink away, but we do not. Probe and a Stalker. Great trade once again for Clem. 1 meter long, King Kong Dong. Thank you so much for the fantastic name with the Prime sub as always. 5-month resub. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the Wardy fam. We're almost on a hype train. If you want to make Mondays a little bit more hype-tastic in the Twitch chat, feel free to drop your Prime. A couple of bits. We do have ourselves the Observer coming up. Tank on the way. Barracks coming through. And we have ourselves the Stalkers of Max Pax ready to jump back into the main base. We've seen the stim pack is maybe under pressure, but man, the tanks are just so well placed. They cover exactly where they need to protect that stim pack. The only option here for Max Pax for 3 damage is a depot, and that is just experience. Clem knows. He's played against Max Pax so many times. He knows where these blink positions are. He knows what sort of position he needs to cover. He knows where his tank needs to be relative to that tech lab. He will step forward a little bit with tank number 2. Covers a little bit more of the main, but he doesn't actually get that into siege. I thought he was going to siege up straight away, but he didn't. Tank goes down, and good micro from Max Pax should allow him to get a couple Marines here as well. To blink back, use that prison micro as well. We did have the auto turret from the Raven, as you guys saw, getting a couple of probes. It's going to come back in again here to the main base, where it's going to find a few more probes. Max Pax has to pull those away. That damage done early by Clem just feels as though it's created just constant pressure ever since. He jumped back to the Stalkers, at least getting rid of the bunker on the natural. Max Pax is very committed on these Stalkers. He needs to find damage with them. He's only on the 3 gateways, but his third base is only just starting now at 6.5 minutes. This is a late enough third to be kind of like a 4-gate blink Stalker attack. So yes, commitment is being made by Max Pax. He needs value, and he's starting to get it. With the bunker down on the natural, this is a less safe position than it was before. Stimpack is not done yet, which means the ByuNs have to be very cautious, and SCVs are pulling in as a tanking wall, and that is going to cost you quite a lot of SCVs. Max Pax doing some serious damage here. The Blink Stalker micro has been pretty darn good. We're going to blink forwards here and go for the siege tank on the low ground. No next siege tank building from Clem. If he only has that 1 tank high ground, he might be in trouble here. Max Pax might be able to overwhelm somewhat with the Stalkers. That said, we are on a lot of red and orange stalkers, and stim is now done. We have to be careful with how much we use the stim, but it is an option to speed up the DPS and to obviously go and get a little bit more done. Tank on the low ground, another tank in production again now, as we are seeing ourselves these stalkers getting pushed away, but 17 SCVs killed. Thank goodness Clem is still doing some more damage across the map, because that's going to stop MaxPax from completely running off with this one. Only 44 probes. I mean, again, he was super late on the third, so he needed to do some damage here, but he definitely found it. Gets into the main tank already repositioning. Clem, again, so quick and so good at that. As a couple more stalkers come through, we'll at least get ourselves one tech lab. Clem built the combat shields on the safer tech lab, though, and so that will not be an issue. We're actually going to give this tech lab over to the barracks from the factory. Wow. Well, MaxPax obviously took a bunch of damage early, and recovering from that was going to be a challenge, but he has found a way to at least make this somewhat competitive. Now when we do eat a couple shots there, the stim comes through, and this is finally full-on retreat time from MaxPax. Another stalker he can't quite save. He tried to, though. This blink will be available. Another stalker. Obviously, the prism has a couple of spaces now. Will help. Clem pushes MaxPax back finally, as MaxPax got a lot done with these blink stalkers. Was it good enough? Is now our question. There's a couple of medevacs retreat down to the bottom side of the map. That's one of those games where if MaxPax had done all this without taking significant damage early, MaxPax probably just runs away with this. But obviously, instead, he kind of equalizes the game a little bit. Again, he's never had a great economy because his third base had to come down super late. He had to commit, he had to decide, hey, look, I'm going to either build stalkers or get a third base. Chose to build stalkers. It was the right choice, but the third base being late still comes at a cost. Those medevacs on the right side seen by the prism. We got a couple more stalkers warping in defensively. Clem about to have charge, so his army composition about to improve a lot with charge lots able to come forwards and be part of the tanking force. That will help massively. ByuN and SCVs get into the third base as well. Those tanks already sieging up. Charge about to finish. Templar Archives coming in. Extra gateways coming online too. Simulators coming up. Our Colossus still producing. We bring all of that forward here. Bio just going to jump in. A couple of probes go down. The pylon is going to get grabbed as well, so that will also fall. Medevacs, they're going to turn this in towards the main, but the stalkers are going to kind of keep them stuck in that corner. Clem will just sit there as long as he needs to, though. Yes, it's supply taken up, but his opponent must use supply to defend against it, which is a big part of it. Archon, Colossus continuing through, the Viking coming over, Ghost Academy about to finish. Gonna see a couple depots coming online still, Marine Marauder still coming up. Five step into the middle of the map, Stalkers, just gonna be able to grab one Widow Mine there. That's nice. It cost you a Stalker in the end though. I'm just turned around and grabbed whatever that was as well. Is that just a probe or so? I'm not sure what was in the middle. I don't think it was an observer, right? Have a scan down. Prism dies immediately. That's a shame. As we do get some zealots in, yes, but obviously with the prism dead, that's that kind of threat already removed for future attacks. Clem's actually not really having to pull back to deal with this as well. Only one or two zealots in mineral lines. This is a medevac trying to boost backwards. MaxPax is going to try to hold on this ramp. 3 Colossus are nice, but no extended thermal lance is going to make this a challenge. Clem is stepping forward very aggressively currently. Zealots continue across the Archons, setting up. Stalkers and Colossus continue to gather in. Medevacs load up once more, just going to be pulling off over the edges. We do have ourselves the again Viking and a few ghosts coming up. A couple of Vikings, 3 ghosts, all on the way in for the moment. Medevac's ready to drop forwards. Auto turrets are going to drop in. Battery already taking damage as well. EMP's available. Hit those Stalkers. The Robo Bay is about to finish up the extended thermal lance. Marine and Marauder dropping down. The Medevac's into the main base going to drop off. Probe's going to take damage there as well. Recall into the main. Those Medevacs are going to escape. just for the moment. Nicely done. Well, Clem's still maxed out. Max Packs at least did get to extended thermal lances. About to have +1 attack finishing. Clem has not started 2-2. Currently prioritizing the Ghost and an additional Starport Vikings. A lot of gas to be spent there. It's not uncommon to hit kind of 3 to 4 bases and then choose to not continue upgrades and instead get all the different tech options online and to kind of go with that instead. The Raven has 15 pro kills. It has 13. Yeah, it's been pretty good throughout the game. Not a bad Raven at all. Just again, utilizing the dead airspace here on Ghost River. In multiple ways, one of the punishments you can kind of put on the pros player for opening with a Twilight Council. Fire coming across. Just going to be seeing the Archon Colossus coming over as well. Stalker setting up. We are going to be seeing Army in the top right hanging. The Ghost moving out through the bottom as well. +2 attacks on the way in. Disrupt the building. EMPs that Prism as Max Pax gets chased around the corner. A couple of workers going down. This Raven is going to have to be careful. Stalker's getting some shots there. So Raven actually takes some hits. Again, Max Pax is so held back because of the threat of all of these different units. Clem creating some freedom for himself, and it is not Max Pax's fault. Like, he's right to be respecting this. It's like 30 supply of Terran here. He's not wrong to have some Stalks and Archons left behind, but it's hard for him to justify moving on the map in a big way when Clem can easily overwhelm because he's left behind just a little bit to try and make sure that's a defense. It's risky, right? It's dangerous, it's scary. I feel like Clem's playing it well as this Commencement is going to come and step forward, looking to get to the high ground already. Put in position. We're already coming up to 15 minutes here in this game too. This finals turned into a real bang. I mean, the first game alone was greatness. Second game maybe not quite as active, but still looking good. Disruptor, Archon, Stalker coming through, Colossus as well. Shot gonna fire by a Ghost coming over. The army still setting up on that right hand side. And Max Pax gets the Dark Shrine going. We're gonna know that Dark Shrine is gonna be incredibly important later game. It's such a good harassment option for you as a Protoss player, so having DTs available is kind of essential just for how good it is. It's getting to that point now where DTs can absolutely be afforded as well. We're getting to the late stages, not constant trades. They actually do come in. These Medivacs do get a drop. The Archon from the low ground comes in. EMP's going down, and Max Pax, let's just move the Stalkers back for a moment or so, and I mean, he gets rid of the Raven. More Zealots warping in. I think we're going to clean this up, but Clem is now on the bottom right side, and Max Pax pulled out of position a couple times in a row as we just try to move about, keep units busy. I mean, no warping available on the bottom right because he warped into the top instead. Disruptors will try and fire. Clem should already be happy with the base to now. Keeps Max Pax on 4 while he's going up to 5. In comparison to Oceanborn, where Max Pax was taking the 5th base while Clem was just about establishing his 4th, kind of puts it into perspective. Clem was able to win that game, and now he's going to have a much faster expansion in comparison to his opponent going later and deeper. Disrupt shots firing. The Disruptor is going to be coming through. We do have 3 upgrades coming up, plus 2 ship weapons are building. Liberators are still on the way out as well. The rest of the army continues to move about here. Bio, Ghost, Vikings gathering, Medivacs pulling back. Bottom right side, the Marine going to go in toward the Nexus. Well, Archon actually is going to try and fight the planetary that Clem's put up here to try and do exactly this, which is slow down an attack. To be fair, Max Pax gets it and gets away. Okay, he'll lose some Zealots to the Snipes in the end. Well, the rest of Max Pax's army joining up. Clem getting into a higher Liberator count. The game is much slower this time around on both sides, right? And that means that you can get more of those tech units up as Clem. Liberators were never really something he was able to really afford last game. It was a lot more chaotic. This fight from MaxPax, though, stepping onto the map, finally gets a good disruptor shot, but Clem owns him in army supply currently. And I'm not sure if MaxPax is going to be okay. Medevac loads up into the main base. A few Zealots warp in there. Stalkers jump up as well. I think MaxPax just kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, middle of the map, but just getting chased in from a couple of different angles. Struggling to find disruptor shots until very late on when being chased. He's going down. Stalker's taking shots. Another disruptor shot firing. Marauder dropping. Colossus shots will go down too. Other unit's going to pull back over. Bio going to get to the corner. MaxPax is just going to say GG. And Clem is going to take a 2-0 lead in this final. Clem is a map away from becoming back-to-back champion of the WardiTV Mondays. MaxPax has taken a map against Clem the last couple of Mondays in the finals, but so far today can't find it. The second game, much more convincing for Clem in the end than that game number 1, which was much more of a challenge. We will get game 3 on the way here in a couple of moments, get this started up, and let's see what we can do. Yo, thank you so much for the donation. Can I catch you? That is Walgren coming in with a £15 donation. Thank you so much for the generosity, mate. Thank you so much for supporting the stream with a donation a day. Appreciate it. As we get ready for game number 3. Clem leads 2-0 over MaxPax in this grand final. We go to Amphion for third map. Let's head into this and let's get this underway and running and see what's going to go down in today's grand final. Honestly, I mean, that game going long was impressive in the first place. MaxPax, remember, took so much damage early, but then brought it back with the Stalkers. I mean, it makes you think, like, hey, let's just survive early, play the Stalkers, and just hope we can do some crazy damage, because the later games are not getting there against Clem, even from some decent spots, so maybe it's just time to try and focus on that instead. Top left-hand side, our right Protoss player is MaxPax, while on the bottom left side of Amphion is Clem, up 2-0 for the moment. CC coming up, STV's producing, getting the racks on the way in as we get settled down. Long games, tough games to recover from, I feel like, here actually. On the side of MaxPax, right? Because you're kind of coming out of these games and, you know, you're playing long, grueling games and you've got nothing to show for on the scoreboard. Gotta have some mental fortitude to kind of push those back behind you and just try and get on with it. Gonna chase. Probe gets pushed away. Look at MaxPax with a super forward Nexus here. So Clem plays the SCV, gets at a block, and then just gonna get the Nexus over here instead. So Engineering Bay block puts the Nexus in a weird place. Clem starts to bunker it up. And this feels like exactly what Clem wants. He wants the Nexus to be out of position. He wants to take advantage of it. Probe at least showing up to deny the bunker. That is a big deal. Gonna drop a battery down. The Stargate continues to come into play. The probe comes back through. The Adept coming up as well. The probe continues to move about. A couple of Hellions will be on the way from Clem, and our Stalker coming up also. Nexus, Stargate, battery continue to come through, as we do have the Adept continuing from MaxPax to shade down to the bottom side of the map. Well, Stargate is obviously a very different way to play, and that does keep you a lot safer throughout the early stages. It will get rid of some of those drops lingering as well that Clem has been very kind of big on throughout those last couple of games. Being one of the issues for MaxPax is you just can't get rid of those lingering drops at all. So this is going to be a very different kind of game at the very least with the Stargate play. 2 more Hellions coming up from Clem. Clem loves to play the Hellions on the back of blocking that Nexus, because, again, he feels like he can take advantage of the Protoss units having to be drawn out of position. So MaxPack's probably, enough experience against Clem to know that. Should have a plan of how he's going to position his units and move his units to deal with this over the next few moments. Hellions into the center of the map. Phoenix and the Warp Gate coming up. A Stalker going to fire. Hellions going to run into the natural. That's where the Phoenix gets the first lift off. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely spot on. But you lift one Hellion, that takes you out of the one-shot potential. Like, as soon as the other Hellion dies, and that Hellion was targeted initially. 3 probes for 4 Hellions. Absolutely acceptable by MaxPack. He is able to get through this early game very nicely. So great job there, as a couple of Phoenix continue down to the bottom. A couple of shots coming out, CC taking some hits, Viking, Cyclone continue to build. Siege tank coming up, and again, a couple extra gates from MaxPack with good defense early. Can he make something happen going into extra gates and maybe powering into something of a counterattack? Potentially. Phoenix gather, just going to move through, again, a couple of Vikings in the tank on the way. I like the Vikings, always good against the Phoenix counts. I'm going to use those to try and keep that somewhat under control here as well. Phoenix join up, there's going to be a couple of shots coming through as we fire forwards. He's going to lose one Phoenix immediately, sloppy by MaxPack as he felt as though he could get something there, but just gets punished instead. On his way to the third base, Twilight Council in the Forge building. And just starting to get into the next stage of this game 3 of the best of 5. Well, our probe's coming down the bottom. We'll see if it gets up to no good. Setting up, just going to be having our spawning charge on the way through. The extra gateways are building, probes are still producing. We have ourselves our Phoenix gathering here on the left hand side. A few Vikings joining up as well. Down 0-2. MaxPack needs to find something. He's adding on 6 gateways, including one in this bottom right corner. So just going to play the Phoenix charge. Very aggressive comp with the Temple Archives and more gates coming down. So he's going to be on 10 gates on these 3 bases very quickly here. Was this worse than SCV? Well, he doesn't lose anything, so I guess so. But man, it's dangerous what he's doing. Really risking these Phoenix to get very minimal damage. I get it. You want to be active. You want to be making use of them, but not sure this has been worth it so far. As the Vikings continue to push, the Phoenix get chased back up the top. Is it too many Vikings with 3 Phoenix? You could argue yes, but at least he is. I mean, it wasn't 3 Phoenix all the time, right? It was 4. It was potentially going to be more. I think this is maybe one of the ways in which MaxPack can take advantage, right? Because if there's a lot of Vikings, then yes, maybe the Zealot Archon Stalker on the ground are going to have more of an opportunity because Clem's put resources on those Vikings. But the good news is that these Phoenix are really not getting anything done because of the Vikings, so it'd be one thing if the Phoenix were still getting, multiple SCVs, but the fact that they're being kind of completely shut out, the Vikings are going to be good later as well. They can land in a fight. They're not the best, but they're still somewhat useful. They can land harassment too, so I think this is kind of fine for Clem in terms of how much he's invested there. Phoenix continue across again, units gathering in the middle. We do have our probe still setting up in the bottom right. That's where MaxPack has been warping in some of his units. Zealots and an Archon. He's going to get ready to hit Clem as he gets towards the third base. So my shot and another Phoenix goes down. Bit of a shame. Would be nice to have some Phoenix even just to lift the tanks up for a moment or two during this fight. Here we go. Units are going to come in from two sides. Clem makes this a one-dimensional attack, though. By running straight up the ramp, he's going to make it so that there's not really going to be the multi-prong or the multi directional attack that MaxMax was looking for. The Archons are already dead. The tanks do not die. That's an extremely good defense from Clem. There's not much more to say than that, as Clem is just going to completely shut MaxMax out on this attempted assault. And MaxMax just gets pushed back immediately. Great defense from Clem. Pulls up this ramp so the units from the right side do not get, like, if he pulled downwards here, then he gets pincered from two sides. He negates that from happening. He zones the Phoenix for a long time, so the tanks don't get lifted until very late, and by the time they do, the Vikings are back there to actually go and shoot the Phoenix down, so the tanks are in the fight the entire time and survive. As one of the things about keeping the Phoenix count low is that they can lift, but they can't do much damage to whatever they're lifting. Belts in the center going to grab a Marine in the right side. We're going to go after the Warp Gate. ByuN Vikings coming together. We're going to see that Warp Gate going down. The Fusells continue over. ByuN's probably going to have to lift back up here in the next few moments as continue to go. It's going to be seeing the pylon still taking some shots. ByuN going to jump in toward those Zealots as well. Chasing forward. Sentry now going down. Having ourselves the rest of this Bioforce continuing across. The depth and the Sentry going down there. MaxMax is losing a lot. He's got Zealots showing up because he actually has the Prism here. So Zealots will show up. The Vikings are going to create a bit of a wall and just help with the damage output. Problem is, Clem has not stopped. 50, 60 supply lead in terms of army, and he can just go across the map and probably put a pretty big close to this. MaxMax actually has a ton of workers. But yeah, if you can't stop this army, then what does any of this matter? As Super Battery lasts about 2 seconds. The Zealots running in are going to get kited. There's a single Archon in terms of tech. Probes are going to be pushed away. The Zealots and the Archons are going to try and come back through. Wouldn't mind shot decent onto a couple of the Zealots. Nexus goes down again. Army pulling back over. Pile on the right side goes down. Nexus is going to get dropped as well. The Zealot's going to come in from a couple of different angles. Turning around. Archon going to get jumped on. One Archon falls. Second Archon falls. The Zealots keep dropping. Stalker Immortal. GG's. Clem takes it 3-0 today in the grand finals of the WardiTV Mondays event. Just dominant from Clem. I mean, first game was absolutely fantastic, but just got better and better from Clem from that point on. And never really ended up looking back, so there you go. Guys, that's going to be the end of our StarCraft 2 today. However, here on Twitch, we're actually going to be having some sponsored content. We're going to be playing Fragpunk for the next hour. We're going to be doing this little Twitch bounty, which means that if you guys want to support the channel for free, stick around and continue watching. You'll be able to support the channel freely simply by continuing to watch the stream. So we're going to be checking that out in just a second. Obviously, that is Clem winning another WardiTV Monday. So congrats to him. I'm just going to very quickly go and remind our casters to send me the replays of that the day so that we can give out as many replays as possible. If you're watching on YouTube, stream is going to end here. We'll be back tomorrow for the WardiTV October event. Let me just bring this up on stream very quickly as well. Show you guys what's coming up tomorrow on the channel. It is going to be Group C of this event. How far can I zoom in to get it? There we go, like that. Group C tomorrow, Shin, Oliveira, Kua, and Hero are going to be playing against each other. And then the day after, Group D, Solar, Clem, Trap, and Gumiho as we make our way through the WardiTV October Group C and D over the next couple of days. So make sure you drop by and tune in for that. Like I say, over the next couple of days, I'd love to have you guys here and watching some more awesome games of StarCraft 2. Alright, that's going to be that there then. And, we will head on into our sponsored content. So we're going to be playing Fragpunk here, guys. Thank you so much for watching on the YouTube channel. I'll be turning you guys off now. You guys have a great rest of your day. Let me get my Steam open. How do I turn the YouTube off? I go over here. Bye, YouTube. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow for more WardiTV October action. Thank you so much for watching. Turn that off. Beautiful. Man, YouTube's been doing good.